Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, as this is a hybrid event, I invite those who are live with us here at SUTD to kindly take your seats. And for those of us joining virtually, welcome as you're already in your seats. Good morning. My name is Suhirman. I am from Ong and Ong and your MC for the day. I welcome you back to BeyondX 2022. We appreciate you taking your time off your busy schedule to join us once again, and hope you're looking forward to another informative-filled day. And to everyone of you who is joining us from the comfort of your homes, sit back, kick back, welcome. I'd also like to do a short introduction to our event partners. Those of them who have kindly agreed to participate. They have set up their individual booths. Please do visit them on the ground floor of the library for you to be wowed by what they have to show on day to day. Now, just a few housekeeping rules before we start. Today's program, face masks on all the time, please. Social distancing, or kindly maintain a safe distance wherever is practicable. Do switch off your mobile phones if you're with us live, and your mics if you're joining us virtually. This event is streamed live on YouTube, so please make sure your hairs are combed properly and no funny faces as it's being recorded. And last but not least, QR codes will be beamed on your screens for those of us joining virtually, and for those of us joining live, on posters pasted around Parkscape for the Q&A session for the Immersive roundtable that's happening in the afternoon today. And last but not least, a few security measure reminders. In the event of emergencies, here are some things to take note of. For small emergencies, the washroom's located on the ground floor. For big emergencies, you'll find the fire exits to the rear, to the left, and to the front of you at the ground floor for Parkscape. As the library is a controlled area, guests will be tapped in by our staff. They'll be identified by the lanyards provided, so please keep them on yourselves at all times. They are not, however, valuable to be sold on eBay. Bottled water is available at level 1, and for further assistance, please do seek the assistance of our kind staff and crew members around you. Without further ado, let's dive right in. If of late, Phygital is a word that you've been hearing of frequently, but you're not sure of how much it'll affect your life and professional lives, today's hopefully the day you find out. In any industry or business, creating a phygital strategy is important. What can you do to blend both the physical and digital experiences together for the better? Coming up with that strategy is where the goal is to create the kinds of immersive and engaging environments and experiences that customers find so easy it achieves silent utility and disappears into the background. That is important and necessary. There's also a need to design a blended approach to bridge disconnected contexts, capture new opportunities, and provide customer engagement along the entire journey. With that, let's kickstart our final day with a panel stream in the morning session, followed by our third and final roundtable session titled Immersive in the afternoon session. For our panel stream today, to begin with, we invite Elijah Young of Anticat Private Limited to discuss how architecture has evolved using computational algorithms to create organic forms previously not possible, and how DFMA methods are used to construct disparametric structures in person and in life. Lastly, we will then also discuss the implications of blockchain technology in building a metaverse in the digital world. Elijah, floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Elijah. I'm the founder at Anticat. So today we'll talk about what Phygital really is. At first, I'll talk about computational design, which is we try to use digital means to bring about these, computational methods for facade design, for interior design, into the real world. And then after which we will talk about the inverse, which is how we try to have architecture in the real world be brought into that of the digital world. So we started Anticat in 2017. It's called Anticat because we believe it's the antithesis to traditional CAD design. With traditional CADing, you use softwares like AutoCAD, and you can only get so far, right? You have, maybe a square structure, a linear things arraying in a linear fashion. So that's not very interesting. If you want to build a structure which is organic in form, or something that is more imaginative, using AutoCAD is not going to get there. So we started doing parametric design, kinetic installations. So what computational design is, it's an algorithmic design that breaks design constraints beyond human imagination. That's for the aesthetics part, right? It optimizes goal if you have one. That's the functional part. And finally allows to change your requirements in a parametric fashion. So that's why it's called parametric. So that's really a mouthful. If you ask me what computational design really is, I think it's because you want to build cool shapes. And then you pass your drawings to the builder, he doesn't know how to build it. He comes back to you, you say, okay, let's try someone who knows how to use Grasshopper to get these cut sheets out, to get these, nesting of your cut sheet, and the labeling and so on. And then at this point, there's usually a lot of frustration. You get it out finally, you pass the builder the cut sheet, and then they use DFME methods, for example, like in 3D printing or CNC milling. And then your builder assembles it like an IKEA furniture, right? So of all the parametric design projects I've built, that are not just in renders, that I've done in real life, usually this is the way we do it, right? You have them labeled in pieces, like A1, A2, A3, and so on. And then the builder then assembles it according to like a blueprint, similar to IKEA. So the first project I want to talk about is a project we did last year in Autodesk. This project is in the Symbiosis building. We worked with the Architect Wolf Studio. And we came in as sort of like a DFMA partner. So DFMA stands for Digital, sorry, it slipped my mind, DFMA. Digital Fabrication for Manufacturing Assembly, right? I think that's what it stands for. Over here in this photo, you can see we've got these faceted shapes. These faceted shapes were designed by Wolf Studio. They had it done in SketchUp. And what happened was, you could make a faceted shape in SketchUp, but when it comes to building in reality, it's a bit different, it's a bit harder. So they approached us, and we, sort of guide them to tell them, or rather to build this, how to build this thing. So you could see each of the facets actually has a number corresponding to it, and probably an alphabet as well, and it, says where each of the panels go. How we got about building this, later I'll show you a few more photos. There's actually a waffle structure behind these fire-rated MDFs, which is why it's pink in color. And we then clad each of the facet on top of the waffle structure. So this is another photo after we have the finishing. In this case, I think it's an oak veneer. And also when it comes to sort of these parametric design, one consideration is there are a lot of these M&E points. We have lighting, we have sprinkler. The long tube sticking out from the top is a sprinkler. We have access panels, and in this case, we also have an automated projector lift. So the projector lift itself has a covering which follows the faceted structure of the ceiling as well. So these are considerations that should be made in advance. And as much as sometimes you want to do everything parametrically, but on-site measurements may change a little, and so on. So a lot of these M&E holes are, especially for the lighting and the sprinklers, they're actually open on site, which is usually the case. So here's another photo. Okay, then I'll talk about other things. In this case, I think a lot of people in parametric design are familiar with the Voronoi shape. So the Voronoi shape is essentially a shape which is derived from soap bubbles. We have this as a two-dimensional Voronoi to give this sort of faceted look. And one of the things that we wanted to do was that we wanted to ensure that builders could install these Voronoi shapes in a way which is easy for them to install, because this looks fairly complicated. So we devised this method where we use threaded rods with magnetic ball joints. So each of the magnetic ball joint can be screwed onto the threaded rod, which then has sort of a receiver magnet to couple it to each of these facets. I think over here we could see the small magnetic ball joints. And in fact, it's pretty strong. Each of these ball joints could hold up to 4 kg in pull-out strength. And then also we do things with sort of an oriental wood design as well. This one is done with a doweling method. And something else that we wanted to try was we wanted to try not just with, with hard surfaces. We wanted to try something with soft surfaces. So in this particular one, we call it the Great Wave of Kanagawa, which is similar to the Japanese woodblock print, because they look like, waves from the ocean. This particular project is done with fabric, and the system which holds it together is actually a fabric system. For those of you who don't know what a fabric system is, it's this PVC track which we install onto the wall, on the ceiling, and you can bend it to a shape you want. So as we progress further, I'll show you more photos and eventually sort of a tutorial video on Grasshopper on how we did it. You can see this is the worker installing, and that's the carcass, right? So parametric design means you have to use a software, to find the forms on how to build the carcass, how the carcass, gets to be constructed together, and so on. So we've done a little short Grasshopper tutorial, which can be found online for free. So for any of you who wants to know how we built this, if you want to incorporate it into your own project, this is open source. You can find the tutorial here as well. So this video is 6 minutes long. I will not play through everything. I'll just show you parts of it. So at the beginning we have a blueprint of the office in 3D. We can see there's the column, the beam, and also the AC blowers, right? This is the part where we draw the lines to divide it into the 3 waves that will form. Okay. So let's try and skip to 1/3 into the video. Okay, and that's where we open up Rhino, and that's where the Grasshopper is coming in. So just a bunch of nodes and lines. It always reminds me of hair in a bathroom floor trap. Here we go. So over here you can see we extrude the volume for the fabric surface, and after we do the extrusion, then we will have to cowl the volume, which is what we're doing right now. Okay, and over here we can see the carcass, which is made out from 18 mm block board. So we flatten the carcass, we get the shape out, and then eventually we would have to nest the carcass, right? We can see this a top view. We have to nest the carcass into a 4 by 8 feet plywood so that we can send it for CNC milling. And yeah, that's it. That's the end of it. So if you want to have a look at this video, you can find it on our website. All right. This is another project. In fact, this is in the SUTD library itself. I'm not sure where the sculpture is, but we did this together with Dr. Jason Lim from Takashi Lim. So another fabric project where we try to make these organic shapes. Like these. So these are made of heptagonal and hexagonal shapes. These shapes are put together with, once again, fabric system. But in this particular production, you will see how we join the joinery together with these 3D printed components. You can see it's actually double-sided. So in the inside, we have this red fabric cladding, and on the outside, it's a blue fabric cladding. This is the skeleton of the structure. So the white color skeleton are made with these fabric system tracks, the same tracks which were used in the Wave of Kanagawa project. And then the interesting part is you see these colorful joineries. These are the 3D printed joineries, as you can see over here. So we see that the tracks are labeled, and each of the 3D joineries are actually printed out of PLA. We actually did try a few materials. We tried PETG, PLA, ABS, and surprisingly, PLA being the cheapest of all of them, turned out to be the best fit. It was strong, didn't crack as much, and so on. There were a total of, I think, 266 of these joineries, of these 3D printed parts, and each of them are actually unique. So it took us about 4 hours to print each of them. I would say the total amount of printing time was about 2 weeks worth. Over here you can see the worker trying to tuck the fabric into the tracks, and this is the final structure. Right, the structure stands about 3.2 meters high, so if you see it in person, it's quite impressive. So after working on wood and working on fabric, we decided to try our hands on metal as well. So this particular sculpture is called Hyperpolyps, where we bend very thin metal, 0.8 mm to 1.2 mm thick. And then you can see at the beginning, before we get this sort of curvaceous shape, they all start as individual pieces, right? So this is where the nesting is done. You unroll the shape, you know, it comes in these kind of looks like DNA chromosomes, individual pieces. So what you do is you coil them around, and you can see the spikes sticking out. So those are blind rivets. So we use blind rivets to, you know, secure and bound it together. We actually put the effort to spray paint the blind rivets as well, so that after we clip the ends off, kind of like this, once we clip the ends off, you know, it stays as the same color as the sculpture itself. So for those of you who are here today, we did bring a sample into the library. You can have a look to see the physical object. That's another version that we did with all the rivets. And that's the final sculpture. So this sculpture is, I think it's about the size of maybe 2.8 meters in length and about 1.5 meters in height. Okay, so we then move into a transition. So that was all digital means into the physical world, right, which is what computational design is. And then we move into the Metaverse, which is where we try to bring the real world into the digital world, right, which explains the hoodie which I'm wearing. For those of you who know this, you will know what I'm saying. So the Metaverse is a digital reality that combines aspects of social media, gaming, augmented reality, VR, you know, cryptocurrencies, right, into a world where it allows users to interact virtually. Now that's a mouthful as well, once again. So if you ask me what the Metaverse really is, it's usually built by a bunch of 20-year-olds. They spend a huge amount of time on Twitter. Likewise, they have their Discord channels, unhealthy amount of time on Discord. They decide to create a 10,000 NFT project, right? They make millions of dollars, and they rock the community. That's generally what I've been seeing. I'll give you a few examples. Some of you may know. So this was done last year. It's called Pixelmon. Looks really good, I think. The idea is you have this metaverse of these, you know, like Pokemon creatures, and then you buy an NFT which allows you to own one of these Pixelmon, and then of course you can interact in this metaverse. You can play games and tokens, that sort of stuff. All right, so that's really good looking, isn't it?
Sorry, Elijah, 5 minutes?
Sure, okay. So let's see what Pixelmon is really doing, right? So it's built by 20-year-olds. They are on Twitter. They are on Discord as well. They created a 10,000 NFT project, exactly what I said. They made 70 million in 3 hours, and that's US dollars. And then they rock the community. So what do I mean by rock? Rock means you disappoint your community in a manner where you don't care, right? So that's how it's supposed to look like. And that's the actual artwork. We don't even see the Pixelmon because it's hidden in the grass. I'll show you another one. So believe it or not, these guys made, right, how much was it again? These guys made 70 million in 3 hours during the minting period. Okay, I'll give you another example. Other side, which is very famous. I don't have much time, so I'll do a quick one. So Other side is, they're created by 30-year-olds. They have Twitter, they have Discord, same thing. 55,000 NFT project. They made 351 million. In fact, this was so large. This was done about 2 months or 3 months ago. This was so large, it caused the Ethereum network to have gas that was so high, where it was kind of like an event where people say we sort of made a blackout in the Ethereum network for the period of time. So is it a rock? So far, it looks good. In fact, just 1.5 weeks ago, they had the first demo. Here's the video. It's just a minute long. We'll watch through it.
You know the day destroys the night, night divides the day. Try to run, try to hide, break on through to the other side, break on through to the other side, break on through to the other side, yeah. We chased our pleasures here, dug our treasures there, but can you still recall the time we cried, break on through to the other side, break on through to the other side.
All right, so that was really nice. The other side is actually the largest, before I go to that, right? So it's actually the largest Metaverse project that we have right now. It is probably the only Metaverse project that is existing in the Ethereum chain that will bring us, hopefully, into the next promised land of what Metaverses is. So far, all the other Metaverses that we know of are more or less a rock scenario. As to whether this stays as a potential success or eventually they're going to rock us of 375 million remains to be known. But we have high hopes. So that's it for the end of my presentation. If you have any questions for me, I'll be here to answer.
Anyone from the audience?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Good. Oh. Sure. So I assume you're asking about the computational design part and not the Metaverse part. Okay. So when it comes to computational design, really the hardest thing is whatever you're trying to do, there isn't a tutorial that's out there to teach you to do it. So especially when it comes to different materials, so we've worked with metal, we've worked with fabric, we've worked with wood, right? Each of these materials have their own constraint. A good example I want to give is the auto desk example, which we did, as much as the entire ceiling to the pillars, there were actually 3 pillars that were cladded with these faceted structures. The carcass behind these structures, right, for the facets are actually constructed in an entirely different manner. So the pillar has its own script. The ceiling has its own script. So there's no like one fits all scenario. So I think this is the hard part, because whether you're a designer or an architect, it really challenges you to think out of the box to figure this out. And then most times when you're awarded a project for this, you probably only have 3 months to do it. So there is no tutorial out there. You just have to, you know, be organic in your workflow, and hopefully all turns out well. Yeah.
Right, I think so far that's the only question that we've got for Elijah. I'll ask the floor once again if there's any other last questions we can pose. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next panel presenter. Anyone? Right. Thank you so much, Elijah.
Okay, thanks for having me.
Very interesting. I think we can all agree that, you know, we like some of what that dude was drinking, you know. So next up, members of the audience, as undergraduates and the future of tomorrow, we have Naomi Bakhtiar from SUTD to showcase her project Katakita, a tool for participatory planning. The project rethinks the design for a large-scale development project to achieve a more inclusive design at the end of the day. Naomi?
Hi, can you hear me? Okay. Hi, so my name is Naomi, and I'll be presenting my thesis on Katakita. Katakita is actually derived from 2 words, kata, which means word, and kita, which means us. So what Katakita does is it actually rethinks how we can have an equitable transit-oriented development through the method of participatory planning. It is set in the context of Jakarta, specifically the new MRT development, which has a great potential to improve equality, especially in a city with high congestion. Another aspect of Jakarta is that it actually has a very young population, with 46.5% being aged 29 and below. So we can expect an increase in housing needs for the next 10 to 15 years. With these densification needs, the MRT development has a potential to be the spine for densification. So one risk that we have to think about when we are talking about densification is actually transit-induced displacement. This is where the lower income group is displaced due to the higher rental increase in the area. While displacement has not happened in Jakarta, specifically transit-induced displacement, forced eviction is actually quite common, with a lot of evictions happening from 2015 to 2018, and most of this has been one-sided, which means that there is no conflict, there is no solution given to these people who are displaced. So what separates a successful displacement and an unfair one is the level of communication between the government and all the various stakeholders involved. One method to engage different stakeholders from my research is actually through game. Game has the potential to facilitate conflict resolution as well as discussions among stakeholders. And Play the City is actually one company that designs games for city planning. Another game that has been developed is Redesire by Rezone, which allows different stakeholders to voice out their spatial desire in a game context. So with these examples, I made the decision to build a game. It is set in the context of the Phase 3 and Phase 4 development of the MRT. And we start to map out which areas are the vulnerable communities located at. And then I looked at the number of population as well as the distance to the MRT line to finally find the site that I want to focus on. So this is the site. It is at Senen, Jakarta. It is home. This is the train station that is existing and the potential location of the MRT. And it has a street of small businesses, whereas for the residential, it is mostly consisted of low-rise, high-density model, where most houses can be as close as 2 meters apart to each other. So after I find the site, I start to develop the game board. I take a 10 by 10 meter grid-based game board, and with this, we have the game. So for this game, what I do is I actually use Godot game engine for 3 reasons. The first, that it supports multiplayer, it is lightweight, and lastly, it uses a Python-like scripting language, making it easier for me to pick up in the course of thesis. So I'll now play a video to explain the gameplay. There is no sound. Let's try.
There's audio that goes with your
There's
video.
supposed to be audio, yes.
Guys? Do apologize for that. Now.
It's okay,
You know
no
me.
problem.
I suppose Phygitally, we still have technical problems. You can never escape that.
Yeah.
Is it a background music or is it a voiceover?
It's an explanation.
Understand. Okay.
I think if there's a problem, I can just talk through it as well.
Do you have other parts of the video that's got a background music or a voiceover?
Voice-over, all of it.
Just for that video?
Yep,
Okay.
just this.
Guys, how are we doing? If it's not working out on your side, Naomi's kindly said that she'd just read over the video.
In the form of a game. The site, which is located in Jakarta, Indonesia, is first converted into a game board. This is the potential location of the MRT station. Stakeholders of the project can choose an in-game role, each dealing with the design in different scales. They are encouraged to try multiple roles to understand the planning process from different angles. The planner shall set the target population for the project. Plots to be redeveloped are then selected. The designers and residents can start building on the available plots using the modules given. Each modules have different values attached to it, and Katakita tracks these values to generate real-time scores in different categories. The game ends when the target population has been reached. Scores will be submitted online. After a series of game sessions with different stakeholders, we will get a collection of design outputs, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. To help stakeholders navigate this collection meaningfully, we shall use Katakita's leaderboard system. The leaderboard allows players to choose the criteria they want to optimize for and will rank the design output accordingly. Different combination of criteria will result in different ranking. Once the optimized design has been selected, we move on to the further development stage. A workflow has been created to convert the optimized game output into a viable urban design. The first step is to define the circulation within the site and integrating to the surrounding. Next is to check the boundary between the grid-based game output and actual site condition. The third step is to clarify the spatial strategy, such as the overall green strategy and zoning within the site. The last step is design optimization. Here, adjacency between buildings is looked at, and the coherence of overall design vision is checked. Katakita helps planners study the trade-offs between different design options such that an informed decision can be made. For the residents and other non-design professionals, Katakita gives them a tool to express their ideas spatially. Katakita breaks down the communication barrier in designing to create an inclusive design process. So that is the overview of the game itself. And some game features that I would like to highlight is, it is firstly multiplayer. It has in-game roles and it offers real-time scores. So what multiplayer and in-game roles does is that it actually allows the game to act as a platform for discussion and collaborative design. And this collaborative design has actually been seen when I tested the game in the first iteration, where some spatial desires and aspirations can start to be captured. The next game feature that we have is in-game roles, where different stakeholders can choose from the 3 roles given. So the 3 roles that is offered is the planner, designer, and the resident. For the planner, they are focusing on the urban level design. So it is about setting target population, selecting which plots to develop, and giving overall vision to the scheme. For the designer, they will be using the modules to develop neighborhood level design. So here, different metrics will be considered, such as equitability and profitability. Lastly is the residents, which will focus on a smaller scale development using the micro modules, and this will start to capture the aspirations of people. The last game feature is real-time scores, where actually as they do their design decisions, they will be able to see the impact on the different metrics. So there are a few modules. The first is the standard-sized module, which is 10 by 10 meter, as well as the micro-sized module, which is 5 by 5 meter. These modules actually have amenity value attached to it, which is relevant for the development of the equitability score. This score is basically a measure of the distribution of amenities between social and standard housing. For example, when a new housing module is built, we will scan the 50-meter radius to check how much amenity they have and how it affects the overall equitability score. Likewise, when a new amenities is built, then we will scan the 50-meter radius to see the type of housing available around it. Another value that we are calculating is the rental value. So each modules will have a base rental value, which corresponds to the different types. And we actually apply rental bonus depending on how close you are to the MRT station. Lastly, we have the minimum population criteria, where the modules are locked until certain population has been reached. I tested this game with a few of my friends. I tried to choose the people as closely as possible to a development project where I involve a Jakarta MRT staff, Jakarta residents, an architecture graduate, and an urban planning graduate. And it is quite interesting how even in a simulated environment, we are able to see valid issues being raised. For example, the issue on open space being a rare commodity in Jakarta. As mentioned in the video, once a player has finished a gameplay, they can submit it to an online database. For this purpose, I am using Firebase by Google to store this data. And this data is then retrieved when the leaderboard is generated. These are the 6 selection criteria that the players can choose from. So once the leaderboard has helped player to choose which game is the optimized one, they can retrieve the saved file as JSON file and transfer to Rhino for further development. So I developed a Grasshopper script to read this file, and basically the process is quite seamless from the gameplay with the stakeholders to how the designer can use it as a 3D output. Which then brings us to the further development stage. This is focused for, this is more of a guideline for urban planners and architects on how they can make sense of the game output itself. And basically, once we have this, the idea is that we can have a more mixture of community-led micro-developments alongside developer-led one, and we can have a more equitable development as an overall. So the idea is that there are 3 basic steps, which is to build, discuss, and then assess the result of the game.
Sorry, Naomi,
Thank
5
you.
minutes more?
Yeah, that's all.
Right. Thank you so much, Naomi. Everyone, a round of applause for our future. Truly and sincerely heartwarming to bring design and democratize the process for everyone involved, not just the consultants who sometimes play God, but also, more importantly, to the end user who will be living in these environments. Now, next, if you've been wondering of late, how will the workforce of the future adapt to a reality where you can work from anywhere and everywhere, even sometimes nowhere? Vincent Lau from Allocate Space could possibly have the answer for us today as he presents his topic on enabling a real-world metaverse for work. Vincent, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me here today. I think what we have encountered so far in the last 2 years was nothing short of, it's like a whole Marvel phase 1, 2, 3 kind of a situation. All right, I think a lot of people were disrupted, all right, in terms of their lives, all right, and I think the biggest disruption that we have faced definitely is with our workplaces, right? So if you are to look at what's been happening, all right, even though now we are back to hybrid work, all right, I'm actually quite happy that we are able to actually see live audience, this time round, all right. But if you look at the news, you've been seeing workers, all right, 64% workers are saying that they're considering to quit if they're actually asked to go back to office in full time, right? So I think employers today are in a way forced to actually implement hybrid work, whether they like it or not, right? So you have seen the news, even Elon Musk is like making a big hoo-ha of it, asking people to come back or you will not have a job, right? But I think the reality is it's not that simple, right? So we ourselves, we have an office in KL Central, actually. My team in KL hasn't stepped into the office for at least 2 years already, right? And it's difficult and challenging because the people who live there in a larger country, they come from different states, right? So if I'm to say that, oh, let's all go back to the KL office, then what happens to those who stays in the other states and they will be forced to actually leave their home, right? So they need to make accommodations in the city itself, right? So I think that is the major problem that a lot of people are facing. But on the flip side of it, if you are working from home, there are people who are saying that it's not actually that conducive, all right? I think those of us who have kids know that for certain, right? Especially when the pandemic hit the schools and the kids are at home, all right? It's actually another big problem altogether, right? And of course, researchers, all right, have also known that working from home, even though it's disliked by many, all right, it's also not that conducive in terms of how productive it is, right? So in other words, hybrid is here to stay, all right? However, the problem is up to 72% businesses actually lack the strategy on how to actually go hybrid. So if you have to look at how the post-pandemic world is going to be like, it's not just about going back to workplaces that are hybrid, it's also about your jobs, right? You have all heard about the Great Resignation. People are making use of this opportunity to find a new job. But it's not just about finding a new job. It's also about whether that job still exists anymore, right? So you can see that in this particular survey, all right, you can see that occupations are actually changing as well, right? The kind of jobs that are made available to people has changed, right? So the earlier speaker, Elijah, actually mentioned about the Metaverse, all right? This is something relatively new, even though this is something that's been around for quite some time, right? And we know that jobs, whatever jobs is lost, there's always new jobs being created, right? Today, we won't bat an eye if you ask someone and say, hey, what's your job? And say, oh, I'm a social media consultant, or I'm a someone who is into social media and I'm a social media influencer, right? These are things that don't exist, all right, if you just look at a few years back, right? So the nature of jobs definitely will shift. And because of the hybrid work and how workplaces are transforming, right, jobs are going to transform along with it. So if you have to look at this chart over here at the top right corner, all right, there is a relationship between work, the workforce, as well as the workplace, right? The work basically refers to the activities that you do at work, right? Whereas the workforce refers to the people, right? What kind of skills you actually need, what kind of capabilities, what kind of talent you might probably need, right? And finally, the workplace is actually where you work, right? But today, this workplace need not necessarily be just your office alone, right? It could be your home, it could be even a co-working space in which you are working from. So if we are to look into the various workplace models, all right, and if we use what it was in the past as sort of like a baseline, all right, in the past, workplaces look something like this, right? So you can see here in the picture, all right, you have cubicles. There was a movement back then about trying to go into open office concept, but typically it's still an office like that. And if you're holding some sort of a slightly senior position, maybe you're in a room, right? If not, then you're one of those grunts outside there, in one of those cubicles, right? And what has happened, all right, is that during the pandemic, with people not being able to go back to office space, employers are beginning to realize that they have spent so much money on these offices, but it's no longer going to be the way, right? Because they are beginning to realize that they can actually cut back on office spaces and approach in a more hybrid way, such that employees don't necessarily have to be in the workplace all the time. So that leads to something called the clubhouse model, all right? So as the name suggests, you're actually going back to the workplace as though it is like a guild. It's like a clubhouse. So as when you need to have meetings, you need to have some sort of a meetup or building of team relationships with your team members, all right, you go back to the office, right? So in this case, the office really is like a clubhouse. The other model that we are beginning to see that's actually quite popular, and in fact, it was popularized by your co-working spaces, are actually what we call activity-based work, all right? So what this means is that you no longer have an office with fixed desks and fixtures where each desk is assigned to a particular person. All right. Instead, you have sections of the office that are assigned to various activities and not the person. Right. So when you need to have project meetings, you go into this particular space. When you need to have some kind of brainstorming, you go to something like this, right? Bunch of beanbags, on the floor, right? So you can do all sorts of various activities, all right, based on what you need, all right? And I think that became rather popular with all the various co-working spaces. And in fact, what we're observing today is that as offices reopen, they are beginning to change their office spaces to become more like that, right? Activity-based working. The next model is what we call hub and spoke. So hub and spoke basically means that you can still have activity-based working related things you do in your office, but you need not necessarily stay to one location, right? You could be, as in the picture, all right, you could be maybe working from office at one time, working at another satellite office at another time, working from home at another time, and even in a work pod, right, that you see out there today. Of course, the last one is something that we've been very familiar with the last 2 years, and that's fully virtual, all right? But that has been leading us to some sort of a Zoom fatigue, all right? So now with all these workplace models in mind, all right, let's take a look and see what we can do with these models. So the workplace models as it is, all right, the biggest challenge here is that it's centralized fixed spaces. If we talk about amenities, all right, you oftentimes have amenities that could not be as well equipped unless you are a Google or you are Amazon or Microsoft. I think most offices do not have a very well equipped pantry, all right? There is also a lack of technology, all right? If you're not an MNC, chances are if you are walking into an SME's office and you need to book a meeting room, it's probably with a receptionist or maybe you just do it yourself, right? There is no technology behind it. Lastly, right now we are in the midst of a huge climate crisis, all right? In the past, offices have never talked about sustainability, right? So as a result of that, there is actually very poor visibility in energy usage within an office itself. So what we have done, all right, basically Allocate Space, we are a platform that actually enables space automation as well as facility management, all right. So one of the things we've done, we have actually helped spaces to transform themselves into other kinds of models. So for instance, right, so this is actually a office space in NTU, all right. This is actually using the clubhouse model, right. So Ecolabs in NTU, basically, it's not just a co-working space for startups, but it's also serving NTU staff from the Energy Research Institute, all right? And of course, they have events there and things like that, right? So, which means that they need a lot of flexible spaces. So today, we're beginning to see those kind of things, right? You have meeting rooms in which you can collapse the walls, you can reorientate it, resize the meeting rooms, right? You can change it as per when a certain activity takes place, right? So being able to have such a co-working space, you need to have a way to automate it as well, right? So in this way, you can see that every person who comes to this space is like a member, right? So they can actually use our mobile app, which we call the Space app, right? And you can literally use it to even gain access to the space. The app can open a door, right? If you are actually a member in that space, you can use it to book a particular facility within this space. It could be a hot desk, it could be a meeting room, or even an event space, right? And of course, most importantly, all right, you are able to do energy tracking as well, all right? So, in fact, we have actually set up sectors, right, up to 11 sectors within this office space itself, all right? And we have a dashboard where we can just show the energy profile of every single section, right, within the office. So I'll come to that in a while later on. The other thing that we have also been working on is that we are also seeing a hub and spot kind of a model coming up, right? So if you are able to use an app to actually gain access to your office space and book a space, why not book a space that is near your house, all right? So we have actually been launching these work pods. All right, I think work pods, the idea is not new. You've probably seen some switch pods that are actually in the shopping mall. All right, but I think our approach is different in this case because we see that it makes very little sense to have pods in retail spaces alone when most people are working from home, right? And most of the people who tell me that they have trouble working from home oftentimes wish that there's a nearby place they can escape to just to have a few hours of work done. Right? So in this case, we actually did a pilot back in December last year. We launched 6 of these pods in Keat Hong Community Center. All right, it was launched by MP Abdul Rahim. All right, and basically it was immensely successful, right? Because before that, people are already at the community centers, but what they're doing is they're simply sitting at tables and chairs, right? And it's not just PMETs that we're talking about, students as well, all right? Especially during the exam period, they're looking for a place to study, they need a quiet place to do so, right? And of course, without proper management, they could be literally hoarding up a particular space. So pods kind of help them mitigate that. They can actually book that pod as and when they need it. There is a way in which we could kind of ensure that they only spend that space when it's required, right? So there's like an upper limit. You can't actually book it for several hours. So that works well because you don't have a situation where someone can literally put the bags there and hold up the space, all right? So later on this year, in fact, we're going to launch a few more of these pods in the Boon Lay area, all right? And it will be actually in the HDB void deck, right? It'll be right at where you will need it. So in short, what we do at Allocate Space is we enable real estate owners, all right, track their assets, facilities, and of course, most importantly, ensure that maintenance is actually done correctly and efficiently, right? And all these insights that we gather can further optimize the way in which such spaces are used. Now, what has this got to do with the Metaverse, right? So what do you actually know about the Metaverse? I think the earlier speaker mentioned a bit about the Metaverse, and I think that Metaverse that we know is something that people mostly think belongs to the youngsters, getting into rug pools and things like that. But what we are trying to position is that the Metaverse can be real, right? So who coined the Metaverse? Well, the Metaverse itself actually is not a very new term, right? It was in the book Snow Crash, right, back in 1992. And for that same term, right, you have seen many other terms there, right? In the past, people have called the cyberspace, and things like that, right? Some companies like NVIDIA calls it the Omniverse, right? So what exactly do we actually mean when we refer to the metaverse and being a real-world metaverse? So first of all, we need to understand what is the metaverse actually made of, all right? So actually the metaverse itself can be made up of many various technologies by itself, all right? So of course, the more obvious one would be mixed reality, right? So it could be totally virtual, it could be augmented reality, all right? But the whole idea is to overlay a different reality onto the physical one. Of course, the other enabler would be IoT, all right? How devices together with sensors that you put into buildings, can interact with your infrastructure to make them smart, right? And of course, with 5G being rolled out right now, all right, we are able to get a larger bandwidth, we can get more data. With that, we can actually make the form factor of devices a lot more smaller, right? So if you're talking about if you're using AR kind of glasses, all right, you can literally offload a lot of the computing power, all right, to either edge computing or even to the cloud, right? So that makes the glasses a lot more thinner. Of course, AI, not to forget that, all right, when you work with all these things, there need to be a certain level of smartness. And of course, we're not just talking about machine learning of data sets, but even interacting with sort of like an NPC, right, that you might see in the metaverse itself. So last but not least is the one that actually gathers the most attention these days, right, which is blockchain, all right, in the forms of either cryptocurrency or NFTs, right? So of course, why this is important is because in order for a metaverse to truly exist, right, even though it's been around since 1992, the term's been around, but this is unlike the days of Second Life. We are talking about finally a way in which digital assets can be made real or unique in this sense, right? And that's where NFTs came in. So if you look at how real estate has evolved in the metaverse, and I'm not talking about the likes of Decentraland, where you're just buying pixels, and people are saying that those are land, right? I'm talking about how that could affect architecture, right? So today, the funny thing is that architects are able to be making money by designing real estate in the metaverse, right? And that's already happening, right, in the US, right? This is one example of it. And the irony here is that, architects has always been designing things, right, for an actual physical building, right? And by being able to sell, a digital version of it even before construction, right, is kind of a cool thing, right? Because it means that you can literally make a lot more value, right, even before construction takes place. And if you talk about purely virtual spaces, right, there are unique NFT spaces like ISO Room, right? These are little rooms in which you can buy. But the whole idea is that people are beginning to find use cases for NFTs. It's not just about your bored apes, your profile pics, right? People are talking about how you can actually put NFTs in an NFT, right? So you can literally have a digital gallery. You can actually put your NFT artwork in that digital gallery as well. So if all these technology are going to converge, right, what does this actually mean for phygital spaces? So these are the key technologies that we are looking at, and these are in fact the same key technologies that we have on our Allocate Space platform, all right? Sensors with ART systems, all right? We're able to actually get all this data coming in, all right, from all of our sensors deployed into spaces. Of course, once you have this data, you can actually set some sort of rules, right? Automate when lights turn on, automate when things happen, right? This is not new, of course. A lot of smart home devices are able to do that. But what we want to be able to do is to do it at scale, right? To do it in the level where you have multiple spaces and offices. And of course, asset tagging as well, right? We tag various assets using either QR tags, RFID, or even NFC tags, right? If you have time, actually you can visit our booth downstairs. We brought some of our devices and our tags as well, all right? And we can just show you how some of these tags are being used, all right? In fact, one of our clients, which is Funan, actually uses these tags to actually keep track of every single asset within the shopping mall itself. And of course, that leads us to blockchain-related technology, right? Which is in the form of either a smart contract as well as NFT. So our next iteration, in fact, what we are building on the platform is the ability to actually use smart contract to codify tenancy contracts, right? So if you have property management, if you're managing how people are renting your property, actually there's no need for you to have an enforcer going around checking whether the guy has paid his rent, checking whether the guy has circumvented certain rules. If you're rented out a property and let's say for example, it's not meant to be noisy, right? And you have a noise limit to how you actually use that space. You can't be doing karaoke there. You do not need a human enforcer to do so. You don't need to wait for a neighbor to complain. Sensors within the buildings can detect the noise level, and if those noise levels are not kept in place, automatically this can be triggered on the smart contract, and maybe a fine can be issued or the deposit can be taken, from this particular tenant, right? So those kind of things can be done, right? And similarly, if we are able to actually put NFTs together with the physical asset itself, all right, that will actually make it a lot more powerful, because we're talking about assets having a digital twin, right? And digital twins exist for quite some time already, right? But if a digital twin can be represented uniquely by an NFT, then that opens up a whole new world of utility, all right? So what do I mean by that? So imagine a blockchain-powered Phygital Metaverse, and already it's happening, right? We are seeing, pop-up stores like Armani physical pop-up, all right? Every single physical thing that they have a virtual version of it, right? So people could literally visit, all right? In fact, it's similar to what we're having right now, right? We got people here physically, and you also have attendees who are virtually online, all right? But the difference here is that the people who are online right now are shortchanged. They can't actually physically feel the atmosphere over here, right? But if we have a virtual version of the exact thing that we have over here, then actually the virtual participants could get as close as possible to how the physical participants are experiencing, right? So that is basically what we are seeing. It's in fact happening, right? And if you look at the picture below, all right, Propi is actually another startup which is doing what we call collectible real estate. But these are actually real apartments, real buildings, all right? We're not talking about a virtual building over here. The only difference is that it has been digitalized and there is actually an NFT attached to it, right? So that is basically what we are seeing that's happening. So number one, of course, you have things like the issuer who would be actually issuing out the property information, the deeds, especially if this is a property launch, right? The next thing that need to happen is, of course, if you have a legal property registry and things like that with a bank, you will need to actually get that onto the smart contract as well. Right? So regulators have a part to play as well. Then, of course, just like buying any real-world property, the bank is involved. You may need to take a loan to buy a property. All right. So again, this is something that's put in place. And of course, with the blockchain, all right, you can then have this verified, right? You can actually use the blockchain to ensure transparency, right? You know literally who was the first owner, followed by the second owner. You can instantly do a background check on whether the first owner has some shady dealings. The last thing you want is to buy an apartment and then, loan sharks come, right? So these are the kind of things that you could literally do, right, with the blockchain. Then, of course, this leads to digital identity, right? Because I think one of the biggest use case of NFTs which people normally don't talk about is the ability to use it for identity, right? So already today, people are using, in fact, NFT as a way to gain access. We're talking about NFT-based memberships, NFT-based ticketing, right? And I think that is something that is very interesting, right? And how it links back to the blockchain. And finally, of course, investors have a lot more ways to come in because this opens the door to DeFi. Right? So regulation aside, right, in the future, it could be possible that you could buy properties with money that you borrow from a group of private, right, investors who simply just stick their money into a liquidity pool, all right, instead of going to the bank, right? And of course, the other thing that you could also do is you could do fractional ownership, right, which is already gaining a lot of traction in the US, right? Rather than one person owning a single building, you can gather a group of people to own it. And people are saying that fractional ownership with NFTs could likely even replace REITs, for example, right? And you could actually get fractional yield based on rental of that property. So just a quick look at what our platform does. So in fact, this is actually a screenshot taken from our actual dashboard of the NTU Ecolabs office, right? So basically, every office that we empower with our platform, you can actually have a digital twin of it. This is actually the layout view of it. So you can actually see all the various zones and parts of the office, right? So you can create a digital twin of your own space around it. You can even add virtual rooms, additional ones that exist only virtually through the form of adding and attaching unique NFT rooms to it. You could, of course, even place digital assets into it, because today people are buying lots and lots of NFTs, but they have no idea what to do to it other than to speculate, right, and hope to sell it for more money, right? And of course, you can track all these assets in the space, right? You can combine the use of NFC tag together with NFTs, and of course, book and monitor those spaces as well, right? And you can even
Vincent?
mirror the spaces there.
10 minutes more.
Thank you. All right, so you can even mirror the people in the space there, right? And that's quite possible because, as you can see in the diagram, we actually have like occupancy sensors in the building. So imagine going into a meeting physically, right? Physical people can just walk in a meeting, and the virtual avatar of that person instantly appears in the virtual, the digital twin version of the meeting room. All right, and vice versa, right? A person who joins in the meeting virtually, right, can be indicated and shown, right, in the physical space itself, either through a monitor screen or maybe through a holoportation related kind of a device, right? So ultimately, what this leads to, I believe, is we will transition from just a pure digital twin to what we call phygital spaces, which is a combination of a digital space and a physical one. So you can imagine having occupancy sensors on that space itself, all right? And then again, if you have time, you can visit our booth. We have another platform called Metaverse, all right? It allows for you to actually virtualize the space, all right? And of course, the person can walk into that space, and we can actually correlate that person that's online versus the person that is in the physical space. You can, of course, create heat maps like this as well, all right, to show where people are at, and actually give you dwell-time information. Of course, not forgetting sustainability. All right, so earlier on I mentioned that actually in the Ecolab space, there are 11 different zones, and each of the zone, we actually have an energy profile. All right, and I think this is increasingly very, very important, because a lot of our clients are coming to us and saying that, hey, you know, we want to get our green mark, you know, we want to actually get sustainability reporting done well. All right, and the truth is a lot of them are doing it manually right now, all right? But if you have a smart office and you have IoT devices actually measuring all this for you in real time, all right, it's quite easy for you to actually generate such reports, right? And you can actually do so, right? This is a real screenshot of that space itself. So you can get a breakdown even on where your energy guzzlers could possibly lie, right? Could it be a refrigerator? Could it be your Nescafe coffee machine, etc.? And of course, you can break it down even to your events, right? How much energy do you actually spend in one particular meeting, for example? So of course, I talked about holoportation a bit earlier on just now. All right, we are seeing things like Gather Town, Ifland. People are talking about, you know, meeting virtually. But what people really want to achieve is something like this. All right, if you have seen the latest Star Awards, all right, you've seen this holoportation device by Proto. All right, and of course, Microsoft is also working on something like that. Right, so eventually, as technology catch up, I do believe that you know, the form factor in how we actually do, you know, real world metaverse is going to change. It's not going to be stuck on your phone anymore, right? So what we are going to start trying out with once we finish launching the next bunch of pods, in fact, is we are going to launch this thing called a Metapod, right? So rather than simply just going into a pod to work, right, we are going to equip some of these pods, right, with screens, all right, and all sensors, all right, so that you can actually use it as though you're going to be part of the meeting room. So you can see in the picture over here, if you're in the physical room, right, in a meeting, all right, if you sit down there, all right, you actually next to you, your colleague could actually be not physically there, right, but actually virtually coming in, you know, from a Metapod. All right, so to end off, basically, currently this is our roadmap. All right, we are actually ready into the second half of the year. So we have been working hard on the Metaverse portion and the Phygital spaces. Right, so we hope to actually launch our Metapods next year. All right, and I think by end of 2023, we are beginning to see a lot of NFT physical assets as well. So we're actually talking to, in fact, even galleries, art galleries and museums too. So what do I see as the future of the Metaverse? So I believe the future of the Metaverse is going to be real world, right? I think what we are seeing today is really just a taster, all right? And I think it's going to impact society and humans on a very bigger scale, right? I think potentially with the technology that is miniaturizing our devices even further, all right, I think people will change the way they interact. And of course, post-work routines are going to totally change. And of course, maybe people might change from fiat currencies and they have digital currencies to actually add on to what they're doing, right? But people will be buying virtual and physical assets as though as they're one and the same, all right? Thank you. And if you have any questions, you may feel free to post them to me.
Thank you very much, everyone. Now, to our audience members, both live and virtual, or those of you thinking of joining the Great Resignation or on the fence, any questions for Vincent, thinking about how do we go back to work? Do we go back to work? Should we go back to work? The enthusiasm is deafening. I think that being the case, we'll move on to our next speaker. Thank you very much, Vincent. Now, we invite Andrea Ling and Marianne Sia from the SUTD Ong and Ong capstone team to showcase the EXPERIENCverse. Moving on from what Vincent's shown us, this EXPERIENCverse is a virtual environment that displays digital versions of physical architecture that have been created in real life. Now that we've got your full attention, let's dive in. Ladies, thank you for joining us.
Hi, good morning, everyone. We are the Capstone Project 34, also known as the EXPERIENCverse. And our Capstone project is done together with Ong and Ong. And today we'll be presenting on what we have done for our project. So how many of us here have had difficulties understanding architectural drawings? How many of us wish we could speak to the architect who has designed these buildings? How many of us wish we could be inside a space that is not even built yet, or be inside a space that is in a different city? How many of us wish to be inside these renders to truly feel how the space should feel like? Now, imagine a world where you can experience the architecture that has yet to be built, or the architecture that is in another city. Imagine a world where you can talk to the architect who has designed these buildings. For architects, imagine being able to be inside your design as you design it. Imagine being able to easily identify which parts of your design require changes to be made. We are a team of architecture and computer science students. I am Andrea, and this is Marianne. And our other team members are Hui Cheng, Leon, and Sutan. We all have little to no experience with application development, but over the course of the 8 months of this capstone project, we have been able to develop a working prototype that improves and changes the way one can view and experience architecture. Introducing EXPERIENCverse. The EXPERIENCverse aims to create an accessible, future-forward digital universe that pushes the limits of reality. So what exactly is EXPERIENCverse? It is a virtual environment that showcases the digital versions of the physical architecture that have been created in real life. It seeks to explore a myriad of potential experiences, activities, and interactions that a user can partake in. These experiences, activities, and interactions can be done through a digital twin. Imagine all these spaces, all these buildings, all this architecture, all on your mobile phone, in your pocket. That is what EXPERIENCverse is. It is currently accessible for Android users and in the future for iOS users too.
So I'll quickly be bringing you through the process in which we developed this app. So first, we took the model from SketchUp and edited it before putting it in Unreal, and post-processing it and putting it on a server and deploying it to the Play Store. And then now we have achieved mobile development. And through this process, we also have taken part in many rounds of testing. So through our iterations, we focus mainly on lighting. As you can see through these iterations that the lighting has improved over time. And this was actually quite difficult to do because we have to optimize it specifically for mobile development. And in these videos, you can see that at first it's very laggy. some of the ground planes are not working properly, but eventually we managed to do an app that is quite seamless. So when you enter the world, you first see our login page saying EXPERIENCverse, and a simple start and quit menu. Then this brings you to the avatar selection, where we have pre-made avatars which you can choose to represent yourself in this world, helping you with the multiplayer experience as well. So we took these avatars from Ready Player Me, put it into Blender, added in animations from Mixamo, and finally put it into Unreal Engine for you to use. We also have different maps. We started on one map, which we call a public institution, and later on we can develop multiple maps that can be placed into this world, and this will also help with the server load as multiple servers can be used instead, allowing for more people to use these different maps at the same time. On our user interface, we have analyzed multiple games and applications to optimize our user menu. So we have a D-pad on the left-hand side for you to move around, a visible camera rotation on the right-hand side, a mini-map which has a small tracker that tracks your user's location so you know where you are at in the world, and a pause menu as well as a chat function so that you can talk to other people in the world. And finally, this is our result. We can have the video. While this app is still currently simple and it's just a prototype, there's actually many implications for the industry itself. So using all of these different softwares, by just putting in our CAD and BIM models into Unreal Engine, there are a lot of implications in from the design phase all the way to the construction phase. In our world, actually, beyond user-user interaction, we can also start to include user-world interaction, where we actually had a prototype of people being able to pick up and put down furniture in a room. So you can actually reconfigure your own space in this virtual world without even being at the place. You can also communicate with clients through VR and AR technologies, and this has also implications for real-time rendering. Yeah. So this is EXPERIENCverse. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Capstone Project 34. You could imagine that architectural tourism and field trips are going to blow up with this coming online, but on the flip side, business owners are thinking, I don't have to now pay for a physical trip to other locations for the staff for them to learn. Any questions from the floor for our team over here? If not, I think we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much, ladies. Moving on, we have Alvin Ng from Johnson Control, a returning industry partner and participant, who this year will expound on how Johnson Controls have created an industry-first AI-driven digital solution to manage the balance between clean air delivery and energy conservation. Alvin? Just in time.
I can remove my mask?
By all means, if you're comfortable.
Oh, sure. I sit down or should I stand?
Whichever you're comfortable, Alvin.
Good morning. How's everyone? It's a bit cozy today. All right, can you all see me? Good morning. Yeah, it's just it's going to be a more intimate dialogue here. If you guys have any questions, just kind of stop me along the way. So my name is Alvin. I lead all things what I call ability to harness data and unlock the value of data in the built environment space. All right, so that's my role. My role is I head up the digital business, but anything to do with IoT, digital, smart within Johnson Control. All right, so let me, is there this one? Can I press this? Fantastic. So just a quick introduction on Johnson Control, if some of you who are not aware. We are a 136-year-old company, actually invented the thermostat, right, way back. And the professor, Warren Johnson, was feeling too cold when he was teaching the team, so he was giving instructions to the people below the building, shoveling coal into the furnace to heat up the building. And it was completely inefficient and the timing was wrong, right? Because he's got to shout, he's got to run down, he's got to go down to the basement and he's got to tell. And by the time they shuffle the coal, you know, there's a gap between too cold, too warm, too hot. So he invented the thermocouple. And that was how, you know, Johnson Control started. So 136-year-old. We've been probably the largest, you know, building technology company, portfolio company, a pure play in the marketplace, in the stock market, or in the US stock market. We've got fellow competitors like Siemens, ABB, Honeywell, Schneider, but most of them have a lot of other business, like a big conglomerate. Our only conglomerate and the only thing we do is deal with building technologies. We also, you know, had the privilege and you know, the fact that we are in probably 90% of our technology, are in 90% of world's most iconic and tallest building in the world. And you can see that on the slide here. So as a result of that, we actually harness a lot of data and we do understand the assets. We do understand, you know, how all these building technology and equipment that happens in a built environment works. So we have a lot of capability built around, because of our ability to harness data, we now understand the operation of this large buildings a lot better. And then in recent years, in the last 3 to 4 years, you know, when I first got hired, you know, I was kind of a first employee, like a startup, and we kind of call ourselves the 136-year-old startup, the Johnson Control digital team. We started what we call the Open Blue, which is really the digital innovation platform, AI, application that we sell, and then we have a huge ecosystem in place that we partner and we work with, because we are very clear what we are really good at and what we are not good, we want to partner. We want to be an ecosystem orchestrator in a world of sustainable smart buildings of the future. And it's really the fact that it's open and it's blue is our color, that now the theme and also our products and you know, our identity, it's called Open Blue. And we believe that outcomes in the built environment can only be solved if you have domain, which is what we are really strong in 136 years, and then digital, which is probably the last 4 to 5 years where we have innovated significantly. So we fundamentally look at the future of the built environment as this. We believe that there is an intersection point that is happening, which is the intersection of sustainability, digital transformation, and experience. And when that happens, when the three kind of come together, you create what we call autonomous resilient buildings of the future, right? And transformation and digital transformation and ability to journey the net zero world, the ability to create a better and healthier environment cannot happen till and until you transform not only technology, but people and process, all right? So this is what we believe, that the future is, if we focus on building sets of capability, we focus on helping our customers' outcomes around sustainability, digital transformation, and experience and wellness, we believe that this will create new and differentiated revenue of the future, all right? Actually, before I go there, here's an interesting example. Elon Musk, about 8 years back, talked about the Tesla car, and that the fact that the moment I turn on, using a key of a new Tesla car, and I turn on the engine, the value of the car goes up. And people thought he was crazy because in a fuel car, you turn on the engine, in a new car, depreciation starts. Here's what he says. He talks about the car being an iPhone. He talks about a car being software defined. And here's what it means, that every 40 to 60 days, software gets upgraded to the car, and guess what happened? The capability of the car increases, and therefore, the value of the car increases. Now, let's think about the building. If the building is software defined and we have the ability to harness data from all kinds of IoT sensors in the building, from HVAC to building management system to IEQ, indoor environment quality and air quality sensors, we understand how people flow, the traffic flow, and how people collaborate, how people walk and understand health, humidity, VO2, carbon dioxide. The moment we have the ability to triangulate data within a built environment, guess what happens? We really unlock that value. And then the question is, can the building be like a Tesla car, self-healing, self-maintaining, self-operating, and more importantly, self-adaptive, if it becomes software defined, right? So the idea is, can we walk towards smart future, sustainable buildings of the future quicker, faster, if we learn how to harness data and unlock that value, okay? So that's the premise. Today, I'm trying to address a topic on innovation. I'm trying to address a topic on kind of what we are doing in the space of wellness and experience. And that is what we call the balance of health and sustainability. So if you want a place to be healthier, you want to have a bigger filter, a very much higher end filter in your air con. Guess what happens when you have a higher end filter? You use more energy to pump the air through. So there is actually a tension between sustainability and health within a built environment. The healthier you want an environment to be, the more energy you need to use to make the building healthier. So how do we do it? How do we solve a problem that's creating a lot of tension? So first thing we need to take note is that 40% of the carbon footprint of any city comes from buildings. 27% come from transportation. If I'm a mayor of a government, or if I'm a lead of a particular city, a mayor of a city of a particular country, guess where I'll spend my time and put focus? I'm going to put regulations on buildings and regulations on transportation system, because transportation systems contribute 27% of carbon footprint, building contribute 40%, all in all 67% in any city. Carbon footprint comes from these two sectors. So these two sectors are extremely critical as we think about the smart cities of the future. So if you think about what I said earlier in terms of wellness, in terms of experience, the way we think about the health of the building is around ventilation, disinfection, and filtration, right? So indoor human exposure to air pollutants is about 2 to 5 times more. We are now spending more and more time indoors, at the same time outdoors, with what happens in a pandemic. But as we lift off the pandemic world and post-pandemic world, we are coming back in. Infection risk reduction measures do come with a lot of energy penalty. You got to push harder. You got to drive the aircon. You got to drive the systems within the buildings much more. So what we did was we took the Wells-Rayleigh equation and talked about clean air delivered versus the risk of infection, right? And this is really an AI algorithm that we've been, really putting in a lot of investment dollars and understanding how do we increase the clean air of a space and how we ensure that the infection disease risk of the space gets lower by the day. So this is the work that we've been doing. So we then created a software that incorporates the algorithm of what we call the world's first multi-solve for clean air optimization, at the same time drive energy impact and therefore become more sustainable. So you create from the tension, you create the balance based on understanding of a space, the people, and the environment that you're dealing with. So algorithm predicts infection chances by taking consideration of space, occupancy, occupants with mask, weather forecast, and then internal environment. We then suggest the operational control variables at the same time deliver a balanced and most optimized way of comfort, yet improve disinfection and reduce energy, okay? So these are the parameters: zone size, occupancy, mask usage, and weather forecast. There are variables: ventilation, supply temperature, in-zone disinfection, filter, and then output: zone airflow, energy consumption, infectious disease risk. With that, we use an AI, which is an AI algorithm. With that, we use an application, and then we create that optimization and balance that is far needed in this environment, okay? And we term this OpenBlue. OpenBlue is the name of our application, OpenBlue Healthy Building. You know, we believe that healthy planet, places, and healthy people comes together. And then within our OpenBlue Healthy Building suite of solutions, we have capability in our software application to address people, occupant health and wellness, life and safety, process and operation, and then more importantly, sustainability for the planet, okay? This is really a platform, not to go too deep, to give you a sense that it's a platform with application. Think of this as like a Apple, right? The Apple phone, which is the platform. You think of the Apple Store, you think of the OS. We are indeed building an OS for the building, an operating system, and with applications sitting on top, an application that then drives and deliver the algorithm of balancing that whole optimization of energy and wellness, okay? So this is how it works, right? An overview. We take all the parameters, so our edge device, our application can ingest, we process the data, we combine our domain knowledge of 135 years with the algorithm that we have been testing and building and artificial intelligence, and then we create a lot of what we call an optimization outcome at the same time and monitoring outcomes, okay? This is a quick picture of our application where we are able to understand the infectious disease risk score, understand the air quality, understand the energy costs, and then using our algorithm, we automatically create suggestions for you to take an action, or we can take an autonomous decision on your behalf based on the input and your requirements of a space, okay? This is another view of the application. So we do have that space utilization single pane of glass. We do have the infectious disease risk, the way we measure it, and then we have option 1, 2, and 3, and we have the current state, and you can click, make a decision, or give us the parameters, and then we make an autonomous decision on your behalf, all right? First in the world. We also have been partnering with IWBI, and we are building an entire dashboard to allow you to walk the journey, not only just to sustainability, but to the wellness score that is required by IWBI, right? And how do you walk that journey? So our application can actually assist a real estate company, a building, a campus, to actually walk that journey towards net zero, walk that journey towards wellness. All right, this is a quick, short one, just to kind of excite all of you in terms of thinking about the art of the possible, that you can combine domain knowledge of that 136 years that we have, understanding how the building gets operated, function, but combine it with digital ability to harness data and unlock the value. But more importantly, how do we harness that data, put an algorithm and AI through, and we begin to learn and we become better over time. And I think that's the future for all of us, that The built environment will become software defined. The built environment will have an operating system. The built environment will move ahead and be more autonomous as we become more self-adaptive, more self-maintaining, and be able to actually operate on its own and be better. All right, so with that, thank you.
Thank you so much, Alvin. Just a couple of short thoughts before we open the questions to the field. Based on what you've just shown us, a taster of what's forthcoming, you can already imagine the terms. If these walls could talk and the ears have walls, it's becoming
Absolutely
a reality. And you can also imagine with building automation coming to such a level of sophistication, there'll be a line at the employment office with facility managers just applying for new jobs.
So maybe let me stop you there. We are now changing the term facility managers to experience host. We don't want to call them facility managers, right? Because at the end of the day, here's what you are doing. You're fundamentally transforming an experience of a human being in a built environment. It's what we do. However, the assets, the facilities drive that experience. So what you want to do, who's the real end customer? That's the human. So you want to be the experience host to change that. I think that's the future, right?
I think it's also interesting that you brought up Elon Musk and how he sees Tesla as a software-driven product. Because then that, I think, with the building industry, which sometimes moves very fast, sometimes are very set in their own ways, you think of the physical environment, which usually has a depreciative value, and turn it on its head and say the physical built portion of it isn't the one that's going to gain value. It's the soft bits, it's the soft systems involved that will then increase its value on top of your conventional increase in value due to real estate and land values and all that. So, and for an architect like myself, I'm thinking that that's a nice flip on its head. How designers and consultants involved in the construction industry take to that, have that paradigm shift in their head? That's the next question. Any thoughts to that?
Oh, yeah, sure. Maybe let me start with an example, and then we'll talk about how do we shift, right? I think fundamentally, the definition of transformation or definition of digital transformation, it's so broad that people kind of get a bit confused. So let me make it simple, right? Digital transformation is no more than ability to harness data, unlock that value, but at the same time, because of unlocking that value, you transform the company's growth engine, or the growth and drive that engine into a way of new value proposition. So unlocking that data creates new value proposition, and the new value proposition drives the growth, the engine for growth for that company. Whether be it a building for the value, be it the real estate space, or be it more efficient, how you see the future. So if you think about digital twin, no more than creating a digital model, but harnessing data, unlock that value by having a digital and physical model concurrently in a dynamic fashion. You generate value because you can simulate, and because you simulate, you drive efficiency and speed in the way you build, construct, and how accurate it becomes. So again, I think if the moment we understand that, we unlock the why. And I think a lot of architects sees digital as, I get it. But you don't, because digital is no longer the traditional, I've got a BMS, building management system, I harness data. But that data sits in the building. But digital has moved to the cloud, and that same BMS, I can move all the data into the cloud. I can then generate insights, and my insights can become actionable as I begin to optimize and learn. And I don't do it for one building, now I do it for 100 buildings, right?
I think that's very interesting as well, because traditionally when you have facility management coming to the picture, once the building is completed and occupied, it tends to be reactive in the way you look after the building, in a way that you identify areas for improvement, and then down a 3 to 5 year cycle, you're looking at your competitors, what's new in the market. How do we renovate and add new things so that we become relevant and ultimately increase rental prices? This that you're showing us is proactive before that 5-year cycle takes place, so that even before you hit that, the building is continuously improving. The building is continuously increasing in value based on real-world data and not just based on anecdotal and quantifiable information from other examples that might or might not be relevant. The fact that your 90% of buildings that you've got Johnson controls installed in, it's a who's who of what of buildings in the world, and there's no refuting that kind of data set to derive from. Now, any questions from the audience?
Okay, I must be very clear.
Either that or everyone's blown away. I'm thinking, okay, so the building is really coming alive.
Yeah.
All right. That being the case, if there are no questions, because we do not have any questions from our virtual audience as well, we'll conclude your session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
Alvin.
the time.
Enlightening and interesting at the same time. Thank you so much. Now, we're ahead of time, which is good, because then it saves us time for Q&A sessions and for really interesting conversations to take place after. Moving forward, the next panel speakers and panel presenters will be us calling on the last SUTD showcase of the day. We have, and I do apologize if I'm mispronouncing names here, Cheng Kai Jun, Ashley Chen, and Linus Lim, 3 SUTD Master's Thesis Design students with their topics on the Metaverse and AI. The presentation features a work-in-progress research under the supervision of Associate Professor Emmanuel Koh at SUTD's Artificial Architecture. Guys, ready to rock and roll?
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for all the presenters earlier on. My name is Kai Jun. My fellow presenters are Ashley and Linus. So, I will be doing a topic on virtual architecture, Ashley on neural architecture, and Linus on sustainable land acquisition. So, just to give you an understanding, SUTD Masters is split over 2 terms. The first term being our thesis preparation, and the second term being our thesis development. So at the moment, we are approaching the end of our thesis preparation. So why not let's dive straight into virtual architecture. So a brief timeline on the Metaverse. So it all started with Web 1. It's a read-only web. So is there any user login? None. User interactions? None. Interactivity online? None. So the Web 2 is a participative web. It collects your data, and then it sends your data back in the form of ads. So the Web 3 is a read, write, and execute web. It's also known as a semantic web. So thank you, Vincent, earlier for giving a brief understanding of the Web 3. And the Metaverse is actually an extension of Web 3, where there are interconnected networks of 3D virtual immersive worlds put together. So how am I going to approach this entire thesis? It's through 4 steps. The original text mentioned by Vincent earlier also was Snow Crash in 1992, and it coined the word Metaverse. It was the first to coin the word Metaverse. And you can see like how we potentially will be able to enter the Metaverse, how we can transfer data in the Metaverse, and how augmentation is put into real life through the Metaverse. So the pre-thesis is actually a way to narrow down the topics for the Metaverse, since it's such a new technology. And the thesis research would actually help create or craft this path for the thesis to develop further. So there are 4 propositions that I came up with to help guide the entire development of the thesis. And last is the design study, where I try to understand how we can bring education across the world through virtual architecture. So of course we log in online, get verified, and then we attend university. So this is actually a manifestation of the spaces, potentially that might appear in the virtual world. And we can look at spaces that are more interactive and have higher activity inside. So this is actually a manifestation of the space and how users can actually react within the space. And there are many possibilities of how we can actually arrange and rearrange these spaces. And there's so many possibilities that this is arbitrary. And what will architecture actually look like in the virtual world? So just to touch on some of the points earlier, the 4 propositions that I came up with were our guiding principles to help craft the entire thesis. Because this entire metaverse, even though it's been around for some time, it's quite untouched and quite underdeveloped. So these 4 propositions will actually create a foundation for how the thesis will progress, right? And it's all crafted based on the propositions and the guiding principles of architecture, so mainly semiology, spatiology, phenomenology. So traditionally, if we would want to attend a university of our choice, we would have to travel across the world. So what if we actually put this university online? What would it actually look like? And would we be able to then retain the social and experiential aspect of this university, even though we don't have a physical campus? So back to the space. The space is actually a very arbitrary form. There is so many ways that we can lay out in the metaverse with all these limitations that are how do I put it? That are liberated. We don't have to cater for walls, for physical loads, or even the amount of people inside the space. We can always add space in the new world, and this is just one of many manifestations of how it will look like. So looking at space with more activity, more social activity, these are probably spaces like your classrooms, your project rooms, where there are infinite amount of ways to add on and infinite amount of ways for people to interact with each other. So with a design study like that, we can understand how spaces react with each other. If the traditional table chairs that we use in the physical world, would it actually be used in the virtual world as well? Or are there other possibilities that we can have? So like I mentioned earlier, there are infinite amount of forms that we can actually produce in the metaverse. So what would actually a virtual architecture school or a virtual university look like inside the virtual world? So navigating and designing in the virtual world is a very daunting task. So architects, especially the ones in the industry now, might not have the training or the expertise to navigate this new typology in the virtual realm. So the thesis actually aims to help uncover how elements and structures of architecture can be criticized in the virtual world and what would actually appear from this criticism. So I hope we can work together and move on and discover like this virtual architecture has unfolded itself. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kaijin. Next, I imagine it would be Ashley or Linus, right?
Hi, good morning. My name is Linus.
Guys, are we ready with Linus's slides?
Sorry, wait. Yeah, okay, so I think I'm gonna kickstart things with a video. This is my thesis that I'm currently working on. And I think to preface things, it is titled Turning Tides, and I'm mainly looking at the idea of land scarcity and rising sea levels and how land reclamation is unsustainable. Yeah. So the gist of what my thesis is mainly saying is that land is definitely a required asset today, right? But there's definitely a scarcity for land, and the methods that are available today to acquire more land, which is typically land reclamation, are actually so unsustainable. There's so much ecological as well as economical costs incurred. So some of them are very absolute and very irreversible, things like damage to the seabed, damage to marine life, and leaching of toxic substances into the water. But so my thesis is positing that the way forward would be taking the form of these like floating modules that can deploy and aggregate out at sea, and giving them this degree of like buildability without actually harming and destroying what is underneath. So my thesis takes on this approach of reinforcement learning because there's a lack of existing data sets. There are not many projects currently that are able for me to harvest data from. And as well as the nature of the task is actually allowing me to model it in a very data-rich environment, which is something that is that allows you to leverage reinforcement learning and the ability for this like self-play trial and error process. So the environment is something that's very important for reinforcement learning because it basically determines the rules of the simulation, like the rules of the game. In this case, I have to define a task and I have to allow the agent to operate based on a set of predefined actions. And for this task, I've defined it initially as setting a pathway and having modules of space be aggregated along it. But when I started to increase the complexity of the problem and I defined like zones or fields where the agent has to navigate and wrap its modules around, then I started to realize that the initial condition of having a path to follow was like a bit deterministic. It was very rigid. So when I introduced this sort of field condition, this organic sort of form, this organic output was achieved, it's something that's a bit more stochastic because you can't immediately identify what is the best way for you to best place your land parcels. And this is something that the machine is really leveraged, the machine is really like capable of doing. So you can leverage techniques like AI and machine learning to do this. And when I was talking about data-rich environment, because I'm operating at this interface between the land and the sea, you have things like the sea surface currents, the data to tap on, how the modules would be aggregated smartly in response to tidal vorticity and stuff. You can identify zones that the modules should not be present in because maybe you want to allow sunlight to penetrate down to the water. As well as you can define relationships, not just actually between the modules, but also between the modules and the adjacent city. So this relationship allows for a more context-sensitive solution. So while I was looking at East Coast as a site for my thesis, it's important to realize that this is actually a framework, and what I'm really trying to propose is something that can be operated at a global scale. So land scarcity is not something that just affects Singapore. It affects things like Monaco and Hong Kong and all over the world, like in China, right? But hopefully through this sort of machine learning driven approach, we're able to contextualize your solutions to multiple sites around the world and acquire land sustainably and not kind of take away from the environment. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linus. And the last of our SUTD Master's students, Ashley.
Yeah, so I'll be speaking over a video. So, good afternoon. My name is Ashley, and I'll be presenting my thesis titled Plastic Perceptions. So imagine this: you open your eyes and realize that you have awakened at the edge of a forest, and you glance downward to see a sea of flickering lights shimmering under the night sky. You make your way to a bridge leading to the city, taking your first steps as you feel the sturdiness of metal through your feet, and you leave the sound of clanging imprints behind. You reach your hands out to grip the railings as you feel the sea breeze trace the volume of your body. You take in the perspective of the city as your ears make an approximation of distance and carve out imaginary forms that gradually become clearer through sounds of city life coming towards you. The architecture of the city speaks to you through your senses and becomes the first contact of communication. The city gives you clues to its culture, history, and even personality of its dwellers. Step by step, your conversation with the city deepens through the universal language of embodied experience and built forms. The thesis seeks to explore the potential of architecture as a personalized form of communication through the use of AI and wearable technologies. We experience the world through our human perception, through the receptivity of our senses, and form memories and emotions of our surroundings. Our perception of the world is then expressed in the form of art and architecture. The thesis seeks to intercept the process of self-expression with AI and wearable technologies. Memory and emotion can be measured by a screen-based eye-tracking device that is able to record the everyday life of the user and carry out gaze mapping and emotion analysis, turning subconscious data into points of interest, also known as POIs, heat maps, and pupil dilation, and this is input into the AI model in specific file types. The receptivity of the senses is measured by an electroencephalogram EEG headset that records and amplifies different brainwave frequencies, such as delta, theta, alpha, beta, and gamma. The location of electrodes on the cortical regions correspond to different senses. AI takes in the newly quantified self-expression, measured by wearable technologies, to induce synesthesia, a neurological condition where the stimulation of one sense triggers another sense, to output multisensory art and architecture as a form of personal language. The AI workflow consists of two key stages, the first being AI training, where the model is trained based on the data set of a specific user, in this case, individual A. When individual A perceives an environment, their perception is recorded with the screen-based eye tracker to take in RGB images, POIs, heat maps, and pupil dilation, coupled with EEG headset that records brainwave frequencies corresponding to each sense, following the placement of electrodes on the scalp, and frontal asymmetry dictate the arousal levels. Over time, the AI model learns from the inputs given and is able to form links between emotion, memory of place, and the senses, allowing it to perform its own process of synesthesia and subsequently become personalized to individual A. The diagrams below illustrate the process of data collection using wearable technologies. Upon experiencing an environment, the screen-based eye tracker identifies POIs in order of their hierarchy. The EEG headset outputs brainwave frequencies to help identify the sense most stimulated based on the POIs, and is able to generate a frontal asymmetry index to indicate arousal or withdrawal levels from the measured brainwave frequencies. Heat maps are generated to produce another level of data analysis that can be used to measure time in which a particular object or space is looked at. After AI training is completed, AI inference can take place. Individual A perceives the surroundings once again using the eye tracker and EEG headset. The inputs obtained are then reinserted back into the trained model of individual A. The model will now form a personalized prediction. Upon experiencing an environment, the perception of individual A is recorded in brainwaves, emotion analysis, POIs, and heat maps. Data collected from individual A is put into pre-trained model to produce a new type of art or architectural form through the past perspectives of individual A. So what if the perception of individual A is put into a trained model of another person, in this case, individual B? This allows individual A to experience the world through the perspective of individual B, opening up the possibility of artificial or plastic perceptions. The narrative explores a possible future to extrapolate the potential of architectural forms as a means of communication. If architecture is a universal language, what then can your personalized form look like? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashley. Guys from SUTD, if this is the work that you're doing with the manual, I'm signing up for the course. Now, I think we're ahead of time, but last but not least, before we adjourn for lunch, our last panel speaker is in the house. Can we invite Dominic Sarantonio from the State of Address to share how S of A proposes the use of NFTs to turn architecture and design into investable assets that are unique, scarce, and transferable, harness the potential to be unsold for the longer term, monetizing architecture and beyond. Thank you for joining us, Dominic. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Wasn't sure what I was going to expect today, so this should be good. Privileged to be here, and thank you for inviting us to come out and speak. So Firstly, my name is Dom Serantonio. I'm an architect first, and then a blockchain enthusiast second. Born, raised, and currently reside in Melbourne, Australia. 10 years ago, I started an architectural practice and an interior design practice with good friend and business partner Chris Stribley, named Sarah Stribley. Today, we employ 80 talented people and have offices in Melbourne and Brisbane in Australia. Our practice is quite traditional in its offering. We typically are approached by our clients and then commissioned to design and produce work, and then ultimately we get paid, usually late. I categorise this as a very linear relationship between architect and client. It has worked for hundreds of years and still works today. My experience in practice is evidence of this. However, is there an alternative? Is there a better way? The further development of the internet since the year 2000, Web 2.0 has facilitated the disruption of a number of traditional business models. The last 20 years, we've seen an explosion of new ways to live and interact with one another. There we go. 10 years ago, who would have thought that a taxi wasn't the most efficient way to move around a city? 10 years ago, who would have thought that hotels are not the only form of short-term accommodation? 10 years ago, who would have thought that multiple businesses and sole traders could share a single office space with shared amenities? The introduction of blockchain technology has introduced the next evolution of the internet, Web 3.0. We are just at the beginning of an exciting new phase of the internet, and we still have little understanding of how this may reshape our world. Will 3.0 disrupt traditional industries and business models in the same way that Web 2.0 has? My love for pure architecture will always be my number one passion. However, I find the business of architecture incredibly fascinating. 1 year ago, myself and a small group of like-minded people got together and decided to challenge the architecture industry as we know it. We started a business called State of Address, or SOFA, as we call it internally. SOFA is the first architecture community on the blockchain. Our goal is to democratise architecture, making architecture more accessible, reducing consumer costs, seeing more buildings designed by architects, and as a result, improving the built environment on our planet. To most, the practice of architecture is considered to be a service. It's linear and traditional. The purpose of SOFA and of today's discussion is to explore the potential of architecture and design as a product, not a service. What if architecture was something that we bought rather than something we commissioned? What if architecture was something that held value as an asset and could appreciate and could be traded? What if architects could get perpetual royalties for their work in the same way musicians do? Up until recently, a lot of these questions never would have been seriously contemplated. However, the introduction of blockchain technology, and more specifically, the development and the adoption of non-fungible tokens, NFTs, has changed the landscape. The other key piece of technology is the development of metaverses, another key pillar to Web 3.0. Metaverses are effectively online virtual worlds. Some are fantasy-based and some are based on the real world. Either way, they require some form of architectural design. So herein lies the first and more simple opportunity that SOFA explores. The first question is, can architects benefit from the building of these virtual worlds? The short answer is yes, of course we can. The follow-up question, and the more challenging one, is how do we go about it? As NFTs are digital tokens that signify ownership of work, architects can produce their own architectural designs and then sell them digitally online. The authenticity of ownership of the NFT is encrypted in the blockchain, a searchable digital ledger of all NFT transactions made, so the ownership cannot be forged or fabricated. Yesterday I opened OpenSea, which is the largest NFT marketplace, and searched architecture. It is super disappointing as an architect that the top results are all digital images of architecture. It is only once you start to scroll down that you start to see some 3D models of basic metaverse buildings. I personally would love to see more and of better quality, but we are not quite there yet. Why not? Firstly, the two largest stable metaverses today are probably Decentraland and the Sandbox. Both are built on the Ethereum blockchain with their own cryptocurrencies, Mana and Sand, respectively. Both have the ability to buy land and build their own architecture within these virtual worlds. There have been successful NFT projects that aim to integrate models into these worlds. A great example is Properties, a collection of around 6,000 models that are able to be implanted into the Sandbox. However, the graphics in these metaverses aren't great. They use voxelated models, they're cartoon-like, and they do nothing to spark the imagination of an architectural purist. And I mean that with no disrespect. Given the lack of quality, then the desire for quality architectural entities isn't as attractive as it may seem. However, we are just scratching the surface. Facebook turned Meta, Microsoft and China's Tencent are all currently developing their own metaverses. We're hopeful that the graphics that we see in these virtual worlds are an improvement on the voxelated worlds of today. Mark Zuckerberg's 2021 kickoff meta video suggested it will. However, Horizon Worlds just doesn't reflect the quality the company suggested in that first video. One of the more exciting metaverse projects is the Bored Ape Yacht Club's Other Side metaverse. Other Side successfully integrates avatars from multiple NFT projects, including Mutant Ape Yacht Club, CryptoPunks, and Cool Cats. The graphics look better. However, much like Illuvium, they are based on fantasy environments and not suitable for the pure architectural designers. The other major issue at the moment is the ease of integration. We are still to find out what formats are going to best integrate into these platforms. This is another critical issue. There is likely not to be one universal language, so there are challenges for designers as to what design software to use. Therefore, individuals and companies will look to use specific developers rather than uploading themselves. This is a major flaw in the current system. And if we're going to see real uptake in these environments, the user interface must be a lot easier to use. The third issue is that these worlds are not mainstream enough yet. I believe they will be, however, it will take time. All that being said, right now, there is nothing stopping architects from uploading an architectural NFT to OpenSea for someone to buy it, own it, and then implement it into the metaverse of their choice. The examples that we see are most likely offered with a series of pictures that describe the building, even a GIF or a short video. This isn't changing the world yet. The second and far more interesting challenge that SOFA is tackling has the potential to be genuinely disruptive. One of the biggest criticisms of cryptocurrencies and NFT projects is their lack of real-life utility. Digital money and digital assets that existing mainly in an online environment with a real-life monetary value being one of the only conduits to reality. As an example, Beeple's Everyday sold for a staggering $69 million. It is a digital art piece that can be displayed online and shown that you own it. However, owning the NFT attached to the work of art does not necessarily confer all the privileges that owning the actual work does. The creator said to CNBC, "I think that people don't understand that when you buy, you have a token or NFT, you can display the token, you show you own the token, but you don't own the copyright. So where is the real life value for that $69 million? There have been a number of avatar projects that have been hugely successful for their creators. Bored Ape Yacht Club, CryptoPunks are probably the most notable. However, there are many, many more. The people who typically own these NFTs generally can access a private online club and can be part of exclusive real-world events. These people have the intellectual rights over these images they own. Sounds cool, right? So cool that according to NFTstats.com, Bored Ape Yacht Club edition 8522 sold for $256,000 just 1 month ago. This isn't the cheapest and definitely not the most expensive. That's a lot of money to be part of a club just to go to a few events, which is where these avatars receive a lot of their criticism. Most people do not simply see the real life value in being part of a club. So it poses the question, What type of NFT project can function both as a digital asset, but also have a real-world utility? The answer lies in design. There are probably a lot more, however, I want to talk to you about the potential of design-based NFT projects. Any field that requires something to be designed prior to production could pave the way for a revolution in the way we engage in design services. These include, but not limited to, architecture, interior design, industrial design, furniture design, and product design. Let's take Adam Goodrum as an example. I should preface by saying I don't know Adam personally, nor do I understand how his business works, so I'm making some educated assumptions. Adam is an incredibly talented industrial furniture product and interior designer. Adam has worked for a number of top production companies, including Tate Furniture, Capellini, and Colt. Typically, designers like Adam would be commissioned by these production companies to specifically design a range for them. I consider this to be very linear and traditional when it comes to business, very much the same as my architectural practice. What if a designer such as Adam decided to upload a new piece of furniture as an NFT with copyright attributes built into the smart contract? Would this then allow for furniture houses across the world to all bid on Adam's new design and then put into product for the next season's release, production? Or could they buy it and hold it as a design, as an asset, and produce it in a later year? Or maybe sell it in 10 years at an appreciated value? But architecture and NFTs is what SOFA is here to tackle. As I raised with our practice, and in the example of Adam Goodrum, the current architecture and client relationship is very linear. For most practices, architects need to find clients who initially commission them, support their ideas, and if they are lucky enough, pay them for their time. Hypothetically, let's look at a new architectural home that costs around $2 million to build. Let's assume the architecture fees are around 10% on the cost of construction. The client would need to find an architect that best suited them and then commission them. The architect would then take around 3 to 6 months to produce the concept drawings. Hopefully the client likes what they're seeing. Let's assume they do. The client would then move on to documentation, another 3 to 6 months, and then a tender process before engaging a builder to finally build the house. The build is likely to take around 12 months. Now, this is obviously being very general, but you get the picture. At the end of the process, the overall time for the client to wait is 2 years. The cost to the client is around $200,000. The client doesn't know what they are buying at the start of the project. The client may receive variations through the design phase. The client can sell the design, but the design is limited to that particular site. That's just the client. On the other side of the coin, the architect may spend more time than they estimated or budgeted for. The architect cost is limited to one client, and the architect receives no royalties if the client decides to sell the design. This is the way architects have conducted their business for years, and we continue to do so. I'm not suggesting that this is necessarily a flawed system, but is there an alternative? SOFA aims to reinvent the architectural model whereby architects and designers can produce their own designs at their own discretion that are scalable and sold in an open global market. We aim to provide perpetual royalties into our products that reward architects just like we see in other industries such as music and publishing. Let's use that same example of the $2 million house. However, let's adopt the SOFA proposed model. Hypothetically, an architect designs a house and then lists their design on our SOFA platform alongside other architecturally designed projects. Client visits the SOFA platform and then decides to purchase their favourite design from their favourite architect. The purchase includes the ownership and copyright of that house, which is limited to 10 globally. As you can see, the design would be an edition 1 of 10. In some cases, we could limit each design to one country or region to ensure the design remains special in that locale. Each publisher would still be required to engage a delivery architect to document the house. However, you could engage a specialist in this field and potentially save money on those costs. At the end of the process, the overall time for the architect is around 1.5 years, potentially saving 6 months. And that is because we're removing that startup time for design. The estimated cost to the client is around $140,000, potentially saving $60,000. The client buys what they like, therefore there is little risk of dissatisfaction on design. The client receives no variations through the design phase. The client can sell the design as an asset that may appreciate in value. And the client can use documentation-focused studios for delivery, most likely saving money on fees. They get to own a house that may be designed by a famous architect for a fraction of the cost. And for the architect, they receive more money for less work and receive perpetual royalties for their design if it's to be sold. Win-win for all, right? A great example of this is the Kingscliff House just south of Tweed Heads on Australia's central coast by a local Australian architect. The design for the house clearly pays homage to Brazilian architect Marcio Kogan's Ipes House in Sao Paulo. The architect claims to have taken inspiration from rather than copy. However, on review of the primary facade, you would have to question that statement. There is no doubt that the architect has done a brilliant job here. The house looks fantastic. However, for me, it doesn't feel right. Who should take credit for the design? The local Australian architect or the Brazilian master? It's like wearing a fake Rolex. It looks good, it tells the time, but it's not the same as the real thing. Hypothetically, if the client in this instance had bought a limited edition of Marcio Kogan's Ipes House to use at Kingscliff, do you believe it would be more valuable as a house? If you could say that it actually was an MK27 house. I think so, because I believe people value authenticity, especially when it comes to design. Is this the beginning of architecture being recognised as a product and not a service? It's not the beginning. It's actually already happening. Number 33 Park Grove in New York City is a luxury residential project comprising of 30 luxury apartments. You would think that the marketing for this project would highlight the distinct copper facade with its connection to Lower Manhattan's industrial history, or the fact that each apartment has amazing views to a park to its north. But no, it's not about the design necessarily. It's about the architect. You only have to read the first 2 pages of the website to see what the marketing team has used to lure prospective buyers in. The cover page highlights celebrated architecture and then goes on to read the first residential property in New York City by Pulitzer Prize-winning architect Richard Rogers, Rogers, Sturt, Harbour and Partners. This is not the only example. The developers of 520 West 28th Street on New York High Line go one step further by attributing the project solely to the late Zaha Hadid in their marketing. The following page on the website again celebrates the architect as the key marketing driver. The value is not necessarily in the design, but because the design is by a famous architect. Sadly, both these wonderful architects have left this world, but their offices remain fully in practice. There would be many designs that both those practices would have catalogued that have never been realised. It raises the question, do you believe you could sell their old designs as NFTs to developers around the world who would pay top dollar to have a Zaha Hadid branded development in their own city? Of course they would. And herein lies one of the SOFA missions, to unlock this hidden value. There are many opportunities for architects in Web 3.0. We are not quite there yet. When we originally released State of Address, we underestimated the naivety of the NFT world. We launched a membership pass at the start of the year to create a community of people that shared the same purpose. And whilst we sold some of these membership passes, we didn't get the level of engagement that we estimated or hoped for. We assumed we could sell direct to the consumer. We got it wrong, but we're not stopping. We've now pivoted and are incredibly excited about SOFA's new development. We're working on a platform that can bring architects and businesses together in a world that can allow them to appropriately showcase their work to their current clients and prospective clients. We are confident that our platform can change the way architects do business and meet our core goals of having more buildings designed by architects around the world. I want to leave you with one final application of architecture as a product. Netflix's new blockbuster movie Spiderhead was released last month. If you haven't seen it, don't worry, there's no spoilers. The movie was filmed on Australia's Whitsundays, which is a collection of idyllic islands off the Great Barrier Reef. I have been there a number of times, yet I've never seen this brutal concrete structure. That's because it's not there. The movie studio have superimposed a 3D model of a structure into the movie. This would have taken someone a lot of time and money to design this building. Imagine the film studio could have bought the design as an NFT, saving themselves time and money rather than developing it in-house. Imagine the next James Bond movie that has a futuristic house hanging off the edge of a cliff. Does it need to be real? Or could it simply be an NFT? Perhaps the producers could approach SOFA and buy one that is ready-made. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dom. Enlightening, and it brings about very interesting questions moving forward. While I wait for both the live and virtual audiences to chime in with questions on their own, I have one which I'm hoping that you could enlighten us with in the context of the Australian architectural faculty and industry, right? I'm sure as a profession, you guys are regulated by a board, and that your code of conduct, and there's an Architects Act to guide you as well. Now, in the conventional context or premise, the work that we do, as you say, is a service, is a consultant service to anyone that appoints us or commissions us. But what you're proposing is that the work that we do, that we've been trained to do, is turned into a product, right? And often when we are doing work in a commissioned project, we're wondering whether we're actually doing anything to contribute to the built environment, or we're just designing a product that the developer or the end user or the client will then take advantage of, rather than us being able to derive future income from it, right? Now, with regards to the acts and the laws that's in place, right? How does Australia, or the boards in Australia, the relevant accreditation boards, see this do they see it as an extension of service? Is there a discrepancy between what they see in architectural service in the country to be like versus what you're proposing in turning architecture into a product?
I think you have to separate what we're doing into two in terms of where you require an architect for. There is part design, and that is, what does the building look like? How does it function? What's the floor plans look like? I'm talking about design on a simple level. The second part of architecture is really how we integrate with building services, structure, regulations, authorities. And that second part is something that we're not looking at the moment. What we're doing at SOFA is really talking about design and focusing on the design part and trying to celebrate design more in the context of architecture. You would have noticed in my slides that we talked about, I quite clearly broke down the stages of the house design into the front-end design and then the delivery side. And that is because the delivery side will still have to practice in a traditional format to what an architect does. They will still need to comply with the necessary regulations. But at the moment, it's the design side that has the ability to be more of a product-based. What's really interesting is potentially down the line is as technology develops and AI, specifically AI, there may be the potential that some of the more delivery side of architecture can be streamlined. Again, we are way off any of that happening, but I think we'd be a fool to believe that that isn't potentially going to happen in time.
Thank you. Now, when you've defined the architecture as a design product, per se, that can be NFTable, right?
Yep.
And when such an NFT is then bought by a client over maybe 10 iterations of it, you do have an architectural of record. So I understand that at that point, the regular process takes over, and that the portion of the NFT work is at the front end, absolute, right?
Yep.
Now, can I ask, right, just to understand it in a bit more detail, the design, the NFT that carries the design, that's up to code, that's up to legislation and all that, or is that just
No, no,
Right.
because obviously each country, if each jurisdiction would have different rules and
Right,
regulations,
okay.
and that is why you still need that delivery architect to be able to transpose the original design into the context that they live in.
I understand. Okay, very interesting. Very interesting. I suppose it does give us food for thought into thinking that, you know, you could actually parlay, if not pivot our expertise into the front end of the work that we traditionally do and eventually democratize design to a certain extent, because then it can be enjoyed by many more people. I'll open it to the floor while I'm waiting for virtual questions to see whether anyone's got any interesting questions for Dom. I think everyone's just counting the pennies in their heads. How do I get paid for this right now? So far, it's the first course of action, but it is very interesting.
I should also mention, I mean, we're not suggesting that this is going to become, this is going to take over the traditional way of doing architecture. Obviously, I run a business. We would still naturally run that typical model where somebody wants a custom design house for them, or somebody wants a custom design building for their business. I don't think that one excludes the other. I just believe that they can both exist harmoniously together to suit the individual and what they need.
Very interesting. Food for thought, everyone. I also appreciate the fact that because it is an architectural design by an architectural trained professional that's turned into a product, one could imagine that the buyers of the NFTs will see the value in that. Now, question. Let's say you have there's 10 NFTs to be sold across, like what your slides propose, right? If they're not sold immediately, do they appreciate in value? How does that work as opposed to regular conventional physical real estate?
The idea would be that if somebody buys one, then if they choose to burn that token and then use it in the real world, then there is one less NFT available of that design.
Right.
So the idea is that as the editions reduce, obviously if there's less of these circulating, they become more valuable.
I understand. So,
if there was, let's just say there was a house for a design that was just amazing, and that everybody wanted this design,
right.
and 6 people burnt that token, went and developed that house, built it, and then there was 4 left.
Right.
Then there was 3 left, and then there was 2 left. The value would appreciate each time one of those tokens get burnt.
Because it's less of what everyone wants out there
Correct.
in the market. Thank you so much. One last round to the audience. Anyone?
Are you able to fractionalize it as well? So what if someone wants a certain design for certain parts of the building that different for the other design kind of makes a match? How feasible would that be? Because physically they will be quite different.
We haven't spoken about that internally, so I'm not too sure how to answer that, being perfectly honest. I don't think you'd be able to do it at the moment, but it might be something that we can look at down the track. That's an interesting thought.
The design that you're proposing be sold as NFTs, they're complete designs, right? I mean, if it's a design for a house, it's one house.
Yeah.
I suppose if I'm understanding what Vincent's mentioned, to fractionalize that, instead of the NFT token being of a completely designed house, it could be just portions.
So
of the house.
let's talk about it in an apartment context or apartment development. Let's say that David Chipperfield came up with an awesome facade for an apartment building, right? And it was just the facade and maybe some layouts, a layout that could be then rationalised on a building here in Singapore or a site here in Singapore. Probably Singapore's not a great example. The climate's very different, obviously. But let's say it was in Melbourne, where I live. That design could then be used, and then that developer could then promote that building as a David Chipperfield design building. People it's already happening. I mean, there's a number of larger projects that get designed by star architects. They do not do the documentation. The delivery is done by either local architects. However, the building is often branded as these larger star architects. So it's already happening in these larger buildings. Why not happen at a smaller scale as well, where everybody can be more involved and profit from it?
Thank you, Vincent. We do apologize to our virtual viewers who might not have been able to hear the question from Vincent. He posed the question of how these NFTs can be fractionalized rather than being in its entirety. And what you've just heard from Dom is that initially that question has not been explored in its entirety.
But I definitely think I mean, that's the example I've just given is probably the example of what you're talking about, Vincent.
One last round. Anyone from the audience? That being the case, thank you very much, Dom. We'll conclude this morning's session.
Thank you for having me.
Everyone, thank you again for your attendance. Ladies and gentlemen, we now take a short lunch break. Lunch is served at D-Star Bistro. It's the lot on the ground floor next to the library. If you have any queries or forthcoming, please kindly approach our crew around you who will be able to assist you accordingly. Just a gentle reminder, the afternoon roundtable session will start at 2, and we hope to see you all there and put a closing to the event for the day with a bang. Thank you very much, everyone.
Ho Chi Minh City, the symbolism of Vietnam's fast-growing economic development. The cityscape is constantly changing, and the population is hungry for more. At the heart of one of Southeast Asia's best destinations is a luxury healthcare for the community. American International Hospital's 5-star hospital hotel resort is Vietnam's first. From the entrance into the main hall, natural light illuminates the interiors, brightening every corner and visit. Cheerful smiles welcome every visitor at the reception, and you're set onto a very different path from regular hospital visits. Introducing the shape of leaves into the interiors, it is almost as if the surrounding nature was brought in. A walk along the guest corridor is more like a walk in the park, calming the senses. Each room is a hotel suite experience, with extensive views of either the cityscape or nature, and spacious for family visits. American International Hospital.
BeyondX is a journey beyond today into the future, which we are already embarked upon, and which is not a choice of ours. So we better recognize that now and start that journey mindfully, conscientiously, for BeyondX.
It's all about collaboration. We would like to share what we have, what we know, and we also want to learn from others. That's why in this platform we have our industry partners, technology partners. We also have our team that actually sharing about our projects, about technology implementations.
There are a lot of different stakeholders. I actually like it a lot, because when you gather a lot of designers in the same alignment, the discussion is interesting, but when you have people from industry, I saw there are booths from people working with 3D printing machinery or modeling and simulation. Then there is more larger architectural firms, smaller people and labs like us. So this is a very nice thing. The diversity of kind of approaches and interests is very, very nice.
It's definitely more than what I expected. They got people here and even lecturers from SUTD to share about what they're teaching in schools and generative designs, that it's possible that we can do it now with all the technology that we have and the software that can allow us to do so.
There's lots of interactions coming from the audience itself. So there's some good questions about how generative design works and basically how they can use it for lighting analysis and all that. Yeah.
Architecture needs to have a good balance between the classical education and new tools that we have. These are just all tools, but the tools actually extend our mind to see things that our natural minds are not attuned to seeing. If you adopt technology as an architect of tomorrow, I think it can only open greater opportunities and make perhaps better sustainable cities as well.
Experience beyond.
Ho Chi Minh City, the symbolism of Vietnam's fast-growing economic development. The cityscape is constantly changing, and the population is hungry for more. At the heart of one of Southeast Asia's best destinations is a luxury healthcare for the community. American International Hospital's 5-star hospital hotel resort is Vietnam's first. From the entrance into the main hall, natural light illuminates the interiors, brightening every corner and visit. Cheerful smiles welcome every visitor at the reception, and you're set onto a very different path from regular hospital visits. Introducing the shape of leaves into the interiors, it is almost as if the surrounding nature was brought in. A walk along the guest corridor is more like a walk in the park, calming the senses. Each room is a hotel suite experience, with extensive views of either the cityscape or nature, and spacious for family visits. American International Hospital.
BeyondX is a journey beyond today into the future, which we are already embarked upon, which is not a choice of ours. So we better recognize that now and start that journey mindfully, conscientiously, or beyond X.
It's all about collaboration. We would like to share what we have, what we know, and we also want to learn from others. That's why in this platform we have our industry partners, technology partners. We also have our team that actually sharing about our projects, about technology implementations.
There are a lot of different stakeholders. I actually like it a lot because when you gather a lot of designers in the same alignment, the discussion is interesting, but when you have people from industry, I saw there are booths from people working with 3D printing machinery or modeling and simulation. Then there is more larger architectural firms, smaller people and labs like us. So this is a very nice thing. The diversity of kind of approaches and interests is very, very nice.
It's definitely more than what I expected. They got people here and even lecturers from SUTD to share about what they're teaching in schools and generative designs, that it's possible that we can do it now with all the technology that we have and the software that can allow us to do so.
There's lots of interactions coming from the audience itself. So there's some good questions about how generative design works and basically how they can use it for lighting analysis and all that. Yeah.
Architecture needs to have a good balance between the classical education and new tools that we have. These are just all tools, but the tools actually extend our mind to see things that our natural minds are not attuned to seeing. If you adopt technology as an architect of tomorrow, I think it can only open greater opportunities and make perhaps better sustainable cities as well.
Experience beyond.
Ho Chi Minh City, the symbolism of Vietnam's fast-growing economic development. The cityscape is constantly changing, and the population is hungry for more. At the heart of one of Southeast Asia's best destinations is a luxury healthcare for the community. American International Hospital's 5-star hospital hotel resort is Vietnam's first. From the entrance into the main hall, natural light illuminates the interiors, brightening every corner and visit. Cheerful smiles welcome every visitor at the reception, and you're set onto a very different path from regular hospital visits. Introducing the shape of leaves into the interiors, it is almost as if the surrounding nature was brought in. A walk along the guest corridor is more like a walk in the park, calming the senses. Each room is a hotel suite experience, with extensive views of either the cityscape or nature, and spacious for family visits. American International Hospital.
BeyondX is a journey beyond today into the future, which we are already embarked upon, and which is not a choice of ours. So we better recognize that now and start that journey mindfully, conscientiously, or beyond X.
It's all about collaboration. We would like to share what we have, what we know, and we also want to learn from others. That's why in this platform we have our industry partners, technology partners. We also have our team that are actually sharing about our projects, about technology implementations.
There are a lot of different stakeholders. I actually like it a lot, because when you gather a lot of designers in the same alignment, the discussion is interesting, but when you have people from industry, I saw there are booths from people working with 3D printing machinery or modeling and simulation. Then there is more larger architectural firms, smaller people and labs like us. So this is a very nice thing. The diversity of kind of approaches and interests is very, very nice.
It's definitely more than what I expected. They got people here and even lecturers from SUTD to share about what they're teaching in schools and generative designs, that it's possible that we can do it now with all the technology that we have and the software that can allow us to do so.
There's lots of interactions coming from the audience itself. So there's some good questions about how generative design works and basically how they can use it for lighting analysis and all that. Yeah.
Architecture needs to have a good balance between the classical education and new tools that we have. These are just all tools, but the tools actually extend our mind to see things that our natural minds are not attuned to seeing. If you adopt technology as an architect of tomorrow, I think it can only open greater opportunities and make perhaps better sustainable cities as well.
Experience beyond.
Chi Minh City, the symbolism of Vietnam's fast-growing economic development. The cityscape is constantly changing, and the population is hungry for more. At the heart of one of Southeast Asia's best destinations is a luxury healthcare for the community. American International Hospital's 5-star hospital hotel resort is Vietnam's first. From the entrance into the main hall, natural light illuminates the interiors, brightening every corner and visit. Cheerful smiles welcome every visitor at the reception, and you're set onto a very different path from regular hospital visits. Introducing the shape of leaves into the interiors, it is almost as if the surrounding nature was brought in. A walk along the guest corridor is more like a walk in the park, calming the senses. Each room is a hotel suite experience, with extensive views of either the cityscape or nature, and spacious for family visits. American International Hospital.
BeyondX is a journey beyond today into the future, which we are already embarked upon, which is not a choice of ours. So we better recognize that now and start that journey mindfully, conscientiously, or beyond X.
It's all about collaboration. We would like to share what we have, what we know, and we also want to learn from others. That's why in this platform we have our industry partners, technology partners. We also have our team that actually sharing about our projects, about technology implementations.
There are a lot of different stakeholders. I actually like it a lot because when you gather a lot of designers in the same alignment, the discussion is interesting, but when you have people from industry, I saw there are booths from people working with 3D printing machinery or modeling and simulation. Then there is more larger architectural firms, smaller people and labs like us. So this is a very nice thing. The diversity of kind of approaches and interests is very, very nice.
It's definitely more than what I expected. They got people here and even lecturers from SUTD to share about what they're teaching in schools and generative designs, that it's possible that we can do it now with all the technology that we have and the software that can allow us to do so.
There's lots of interactions coming from the audience itself. So there's some good questions about how generative design works and basically how they can use it for lighting analysis and all that. Yeah.
Architecture needs to have a good balance between the classical education and new tools that we have. These are just all tools, but the tools actually extend our mind to see things that our natural minds are not attuned to see. If you adopt technology as an architect of tomorrow, I think it can only open greater opportunities and make perhaps better sustainable cities as well.
Experience beyond.
Ho Chi Minh City, the symbolism of Vietnam's fast-growing economic development. The cityscape is constantly changing, and the population is hungry for more. At the heart of one of Southeast Asia's best destinations is a luxury healthcare for the community. American International Hospital's 5-star hospital hotel resort is Vietnam's first. From the entrance into the main hall, natural light illuminates the interiors, brightening every corner and visit. Cheerful smiles welcome every visitor at the reception, and you're set onto a very different path from regular hospital visits. Introducing the shape of leaves into the interiors, it is almost as if the surrounding nature was brought in. A walk along the guest corridor is more like a walk in the park, calming the senses. Each room is a hotel suite experience, with extensive views of either the cityscape or nature, and spacious for family visits. American International Hospital.
BeyondX is a journey beyond today into the future, which we are already embarked upon, and which is not a choice of ours. So we better recognize that now and start that journey mindfully, conscientiously, or beyond X.
It's all about collaboration. We would like to share what we have, what we know, and we also want to learn from others. That's why in this platform we have our industry partners, technology partners. We also have our team that actually sharing about our projects, about technology implementations.
There are a lot of different stakeholders. I actually like it a lot because when you gather a lot of designers in the same alignment, the discussion is interesting, but when you have people from industry, I saw there are booths from people working with 3D printing machinery or modeling and simulation. Then there is more larger architectural firms, smaller people and labs like us. So this is a very nice thing. The diversity of kind of approaches and interests is very, very nice.
It's definitely more than what I expected. They got people here and even lecturers from SUTD to share about what they're teaching in schools and generative designs, that it's possible that we can do it now with all the technology that we have and the software that can allow us to do so.
There's lots of interactions coming from the audience itself. So there's some good questions about how generative design works and basically how they can use it for lighting analysis and all that. Yeah.
Architecture needs to have a good balance between the classical education and new tools that we have. These are just all tools, but the tools actually extend our mind to see things that our natural minds are not attuned to seeing. If you adopt technology as an architect of tomorrow, I think it can only open greater opportunities and make perhaps better sustainable cities as well.
Experience beyond.
Ho Chi Minh City, the symbolism of Vietnam's fast-growing economic development. The cityscape is constantly changing, and the population is hungry for more. At the heart of one of Southeast Asia's best destinations is a luxury healthcare for the community. American International Hospital's 5-star hospital hotel resort is Vietnam's first. From the entrance into the main hall, natural light illuminates the interiors, brightening every corner and visit. Cheerful smiles welcome every visitor at the reception, and you're set onto a very different path from regular hospital visits. Introducing the shape of leaves into the interiors, it is almost as if the surrounding nature was brought in. A walk along the guest corridor is more like a walk in the park, calming the senses. Each room is a hotel suite experience, with extensive views of either the cityscape or nature, and spacious for family visits. American International Hospital.
BeyondX is a journey beyond today into the future, which we are already embarked upon, which is not a choice of ours. So we better recognize that now and start that journey mindfully, conscientiously, or beyond X.
It's all about collaboration. We would like to share what we have, what we know, and we also want to learn from others. That's why in this platform we have our industry partners, technology partners. We also have our team that actually sharing about our projects, about technology implementations.
There are a lot of different stakeholders. I actually like it a lot because when you gather a lot of designers in the same alignment, the discussion is interesting, but when you have people from industry, I saw there are booths from people working with 3D printing machinery or modeling and simulation. Then there is more larger architectural firms, smaller people and labs like us. So this is a very nice thing. The diversity of kind of approaches and interests is very, very nice.
It's definitely more than what I expected. They got people here and even lecturers from SUTD to share about what they're teaching in schools and generative designs, that it's possible that we can do it now with all the technology that we have and the software that can allow us to do so.
There's lots of interactions coming from the audience itself. So there's some good questions about how generative design works and basically how they can use it for lighting analysis and all that. Yeah.
Architecture needs to have a good balance between the classical education and new tools that we have. These are just all tools, but the tools actually extend our mind to see things that our natural minds are not attuned to seeing. If you adopt technology as an architect of tomorrow, I think it can only open greater opportunities and make perhaps better sustainable cities as well.
Experience beyond.
Testing. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We're about to start the final roundtable session for the day. So for the attendees that's joining us live, we'd appreciate very much for you to come join us and make yourselves comfortable at Parkscape while we get our affairs in order. Thank you very much. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. You're almost rid of us, but not quite just yet, so we're hoping to go off with a bang. We appreciate, again, you taking our time off. To those that's joining us virtually, as before, at the end of this session, a QR code will flash upon your screen for you to submit your questions for the panel. And for those of you that's joining us live, QR codes are physically available around your surroundings. If not, a mic will then be passed to you for you to raise your questions. Now, before we move on, please note that our technical and industry partners have set up booths on the ground floor of the library for to view what they've got in store for you. And in moving forward, there are just a few housekeeping notes for us to be aware of. Now, with regards to our current circumstances that's been prevailing over the last 2 years, face masks on at all times. Please do remain and maintain a safe physical distance between you and your neighbors, whatever that's practicable. Do switch off your mobile phones for those of us that's joining us live, and also those joining us virtually, your mics. Also, this event is streamed live on YouTube, so no funny faces, and do make sure that your hair is combed properly. As part of our security measures, in the event of any emergency, there are some things to take note of. For small emergencies, the washrooms downstairs on the ground floor. For larger emergencies, such as your fire escapes and things like that, your escape doors are to the rear, to the left, and towards the ground floor at the main door entrance for you to make your timely escape. The library is a controlled area, so guests will be tapped in and out by our staff at the main door. Should you require assistance, please do approach our staff. Guests will be identified by the Landsat provided. They don't have any value online, so they're just a nice keepsake. Bottled water is available at level 1, and for more assistance, again, our crew and staff around will be more than happy to help you. Welcome back again. The last session here today is entitled the Immersive Roundtable. Let's prepare ourselves for a final and engaging roundtable session with 4 speakers that we have here. Hui Jin, my moderator over here, will be joined by 2 speakers live and 2 virtually. Do note for the speakers, you're allowed 25 minutes per speaker, and that roundtable overall Q&A session will be held at the end of the speaker's presentation. Hui Jin.
Hi, good afternoon to both our live and virtual audience. My name is Hui Jin from SUTD. We hope so far you have got an engaging and informing session. Before we hear from our panelists, I would like to inform our audience that the Q&A will be conducted at the end of the roundtable session. You will submit your questions by scanning the QR code provided. Okay, for the first panelist, we've got Provax Ng. Provax Ng was trained as an architect and researcher studying the emergence of digital tools, their impacts and applications within urban contexts. A lecturer at the Bartlett School of Architecture, B programs, and the managing editor of the Bartlett Prospective Journal. She is currently pursuing her PhD at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And Provax will also be the co-moderator for this session. Right, thank you. Provax?
Hi, everyone. You can hear me all right, right?
Yes.
All right, cool. So hi, everyone. My name is Provax. Let me just share my screen. I hope it will go fine. Is it showing all right?
It's showing great.
All right, cool. So yeah, I'll be talking about collaborative intelligence, which is where Phygital and Participatory comes together. I think I've been asked to speak on Phygital for, I think, at least 3-4 times. So it's indeed a very timely topic. A little bit about myself. I was actually born and raised in Hong Kong, and I spent time in Germany, in Moscow, and also in London at the Bartlett. And now I'm back at Chinese University of Hong Kong, where I'm doing my PhD. So yeah, the research that I have been doing at Bartlett is about cybernetics and also applying the theory and history into blockchain research. And so, you know, in the past years, we've seen an assortment of terminologies relating to the Phygital, and that includes cybernetics, collaborative intelligence, mechatronics, IoT, digital twins, CPS, Phygital, and we've heard of a lot of them also in this conference. So one of the earliest deployment of the term Phygital is actually from this paper in 2007, where it tries to use off-the-shelf devices to have a more interactive interface where users may navigate the map in a more user-friendly manner. So off-the-shelf is a very important term throughout the whole presentation that I'll be doing, because this is where participatory comes in. So what is participatory design? So let me just repeat it in case you already know. There can be various stages and levels of engagement, including consultation, which is the most common one: involvement, participation, co-production. And as we go up the scale, the difficulty increases. In the built environment, participatory design mainly helps us to produce placemaking with a focus on innovation. And participants can be potential future. So for those of us who are working in construction industry, we know that this is the most difficult part, because most of the e-station or the work context is where we participate in speculative construction, meaning we don't actually know the end user before we start building something. So how can we participate, right? This is the first question that we ask. Second is the various stages of design exploration, problem definition, solution focus during development, and proposed evaluation all the way to implementation. Every stage should have community engagement and participation. This is what we call designerly thinking. It's no surprise to designer, but if we try to translate this in another discipline, for instance, in business organization or in a public organization setting, designerly thinking is sort of like a grammar. So a very fast way to learn a language where we can restructure organization using a more abductive reasoning approach. So the goal is to take citizens not as passive consumer, but active participants and contributors. Usually when I do this talk in Europe, people would be like, yeah, let's do it. Let's build something together and get people involved. You know, it's great. So this is one of the projects. In Europe, it's a co-housing project, but probably they don't understand so much of the context where I came from and perhaps also where you come from. It's exactly this. This is the sense of scale that we're dealing with. In Europe, mostly they involve 20 households, 50 households per se. But in Hong Kong, every housing estate project easily goes up to 500 units. And we're talking about thousands of people. And we want them to work together and participate in a project without knowing who they are in advance. So that's the problem. Problems and challenges. Scalability. It's a word familiar to everyone working in blockchain. How can we have distributed system that's scalable in terms of financing, in terms of organization? So the most realistic, especially in the built environment, is that we're able to synthesize both top-down and bottom-up initiative. It's never either or. If someone tell you that their system can work entirely distributed and scalable, that's probably a marketing strategy, right? And also, as a researcher working in community engagement, we want to make sure that participation equals skill sharing and social mobility. So we're not just taking them as data subject, but we're taking them as actors and agents, meaning they should be taking something away from the process. And also working in the digital fields, everyone's afraid of spam, inoperable data and information overloads, no matter if you're Google, Facebook, or Pinterest. That's a very difficult problem to deal with. Imagine you're a public official and you open a forum and people post 100 similar images, right? You need algorithm to sort that. And also publicity tokenization. How do we make sure that the design outcome by citizen actually not ending up in someone else's trash can, right? And also the last point, which is the most important for me, what exactly are we collecting? Is it opinion, interest, or vision? You know, as the former chairman Deng Xiaoping said, it's easier to touch someone's heart than to touch someone's interest. And for me, vision, it's very intangible, it's non-discursive, it's non-verbal. How do we even begin to collect that, right? So new means to participatory planning, driven by collaborative Phygital tools, looking at architecture, first and foremost, as information production and information consensus. Consensus is when design possibilities collapse into physical reality and information production exists in the virtual space. This is where virtual and digital and physical comes together. And this is also when participatory meets with Phygital. Now, today I plan to do 5 case studies with you guys, but in case there's not enough time, maybe less. First is future vision in 3D. How do we collect vision? Why do I have to collect vision? Actually, in research, this is called a backcasting methodology. So we first identify desirable future. There can be many possible desirable future, and then we cast the steps backwards to actually achieve that future. Might sound very familiar to designer, but it's actually quite revolutionary in the 90s, especially within public sector and business organization. And it's quite common today. You know, in Singapore, we have 2030 Singapore. In Hong Kong, we have Lantau tomorrow. And all over the world, we have 2050 net zero emissions. Even Taobao Village also employ such sort of planning method. But some of the projects are more successful implementation, others are still in development stages. How do we actually ensure success? What determines success of backcasting and participation? Well, for me, because I worked in cybernetics theory a lot, so controlling communication is first and foremost. Effective communication problems, that's the rational side of things. Effective communication visions, that's more about feelings, how to touch people, reach people, bootstrap engagement. And last but not least, individual contribute and participate in the system. Us as individual, what are the tools available to us? That's why off the shelf and open source are actually keywords throughout the projects. And also working from 2D to 3D. 2D, 3D translation has been a fundamental problem in architecture for thousands of years, ever since, even before Renaissance start, when we have the division of labor between builder and designer. But also nowadays we have immersive communication. This is where I introduced the first project called Volumetric Cinema. We've been working as a collective, a design collective since 2019 till now. I'm just showing you a small demo. I hope there is sound. So you can actually watch the full clip on YouTube. But as you can see, the data that we've been using to reconstruct, even for machine vision, a lot of them comes from autonomous car vision. That's why we use the car as a protagonist. But in general cinema production, this is the size of a normal crew for a cinema, right? But we as open source research collective, these are the people that we have, right? So how can we have so little people, so little time, and be able to produce cinema as a sort of architectural and urban visualization to persuade the public and also persuade ourselves? This is where we need collaborative intelligence of humans and machines. We collaborate with machine to compensate for it. So screenwriting and also narrative generation, easily we can ask AI, which we trained on philosopher books using GPT-2. We also need a lot of actors, but we're not hiring actors, we're generating actors. We are generating avatars, digital humans through AI. And we're reconstructing scenes, also trying to use AI and neural network, but the technology now, it's not so mature as you might know, adding a C-axis, meaning exponentially more information to process. So we're still using very traditional photogrammetry tools. But in computer graphics animation, obviously animation is key, right? In the old days, it used to take a year, 2 years, 3 years to make an avatar movie. But now we can just take a video of you dancing and we can abstract your motion and put it on a rigged human model. So that's not where we stopped. We thought, if we're arguing for participation, we should be able to skill transfer to people who are non-architects, who are non-computer graphics animator. And we've been hosting a series of free and open to our workshop to test the pipeline that we've designed to see whether or not, people not from the discipline can actually adapt. I'm just showing you one example. So we used to mix architects and non-architects in a team. And this is a team of 3 over 2 weekends of the workshop. And this is their output. Obviously, some of them are more advanced, some of them are less advanced. And it's all about the collaborative dynamics. And they're interested in attention economy, something that's also very important right now. So just imagine if we can have Google in 3D, every time we click equals attention value. How do we visualize the attention value in 3-dimensional space? How do we know where our attention value goes? How do we know that in a decentralized system, the payoffs are actually divided back to the users? How do we trace and track? All the ways in which we can actually lay out the information in 3D, also in an interactive manner. You can also watch this on YouTube. And bringing that idea to another project, we've done a roundtable 3D. I think in the past 2 years since the pandemic started, I have spoken at more than 20 conferences. It's magical. Like, I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky in this case, right? So, these are two of the most impressive phygital sort of conference. Imagine your face on a vertical screen. I feel like I'm in Star Wars. So I was just thinking to myself, if without the physical space, actually the marginal cost for producing conferences and other academic exchanges are near zero, meaning we can just make as many as we want without physical space, right? That's why I collaborated with Alberto Fernandez, one of my colleagues at UCL, to produce this round the table in VR. We've invited, I think, over 20 different businesses, public sector officials, designers, and software companies, and over 40 speakers. And then we customize each space for them according to the content that they want to present. So there is co-creation elements here. And I think we've produced more than 20 VR spaces. Some of them are more phygital spaces. We scan physical environment and put them in VR. The VR technology that we use is from Mozilla Hub. We collaborated with them. And the platform is entirely web-based, meaning you don't need to invest a significant amount on headset in order to participate. You can just browse with your phone even, and internet. More questions for Matt, or else? So it's all about world-to-world transition. In the old days, when we produced cinema, it's all about frame to frame. Now it's about seamless navigation in a 3D environment. And we really focus on using different technology so that 3D data workflows can be made scalable to keep producing an assortment of these spaces in order to convey messages more effectively. It's also on YouTube. And so to consolidate all the experiments, now we really bring it into the co-creation, the most of the participatory element. Persuasive Games by Ian Boggles. It's a book that my tutor gave me when I was in master. I was quite a bad student, so now I often go back to the old materials. What is procedural rhetoric? Rhetoric is a very important philosophical concept, right? Dialectic concept. But procedural rhetoric basically analyzes the art of persuasion by rule-based representations and interactions rather than spoken or written word. Right, procedural rhetoric focuses on how game makers craft laws and rules within a game to convey a particular ideology. So, there's affective persuasion, cinematic persuasion, and it's the visual. But at the same time, we have to pay attention to the narrative, the procedural, the haptic, the sound, the linguistic. So the inner circle is where the body is. And this is where the digital space goes into our body's sensorial feelings. This is actually an ongoing project. Usually for presentation, I have a script, but this time I don't because I'm showing some ongoing work. And I'm bringing all this technology back to my hometown and try to localize it to local culture of sharing. And this is the promotional material that we're making. We're trying to attract young people to actually understand their own neighborhood through VR and through games. This is the context that we have anchored on is Yutmingchun. It's basically built in the 80s, one of the largest housing estates, 3 towers, but that's not all, because now we're doing a lot of redevelopment all over Hong Kong. And in 2023, so next year, an elderly rental block will be established. So how do we actually bring new and old establishment together, bring new and old generation together? That's the question. And also we need to develop a shared understanding of past and future of community facilities. So when you're a newcomer to a neighborhood, how do you know what kind of amenities can you reach? This is where co-creation game VR came from, because public sector wants to know what citizens want, and also citizens want to know what services they can achieve within. So we have a common overlap of the information data that we're looking for. So the elderly block is going to be constructed with a special construction method called modular integrated construction, MIC. This is nothing new, right? Le Corbusier has been trying to do it, discretize architectural component, assemble it on site, prefabricate it somewhere. But now it's very timely because, there's a housing crisis. We need to build a lot very fast, but at the same time, be able to mass customize. So it's not just boring boxes. From the COVID quarantine center to the transitional housing, the elderly block, and also Innovation Tower, we've been trying to, I think there's over 30 projects in Hong Kong that will use MIC to build in reality. And they're also trying to understand whether more free or parametric form can actually be applied in this context. This is where we come in because, MIC is physical reality, but voxel in game is virtual reality. We've had speakers speaking on voxels this morning, how to actually incorporate that. Obviously, Legos. Very, very simple game is like Lego in VR. We will ask citizens to work together in teams with public sector people, private sector people, and then they have to design the space of their desire in 30 minutes or so. But we have a problem. How do we mass customize for the diverse community needs? And how do we synthesize that to have consensus in physical space? What is the most mass customized product in public facilities or private amenities? Well, in Hong Kong, the most signature is obviously our shop signs. And this is also where Phygital comes in. So I did this experiment with my mom because if my mom can do it, probably most of Hong Kong can do it. Shop signs, we're not going to design it in digital space. We're actually going to draw it out in physical space. So then after you draw it, take a photo with your phone. Your phone can immediately access the VR, upload the sign, and then you'll be able to place the sign at each of the shops and the spaces. But it was quite difficult to get my mom to learn the navigation, so the sign got stretched, but it demonstrate the idea. And this is where it sparked me. Actually, the game is best for intergenerational team play. This is where old generation, new generation can socialize through collaborative problem solving. My mom has wisdom, I have technical abilities. This is where we transfer skill. But at the same time, the play day, which is the process engineering of how we play, is at the forefront. It's not just about the game. For us, the game and the play is perhaps second important. Most important is co-learning processes. We have to ensure that everyone learns something through the game. That's why we plan a lot of education session and also reflective community session before and after the game. Last thing is incentive. Why should people participate? Well, this is also where blockchain comes in, because all of these virtual space will actually be mined on blockchain, where we're going to collaborate with Run the Chain, a local startup, and then they will produce NFT certificate to certify that this person has participated and has acquired skill sharing in the process, right? And also publicity tokenization. The outcome might end up in someone's trash can, but if it's on blockchain, it's immutable. So we're focusing more not on monetization in the blockchain industry, but on utility of what the blockchain can provide. I don't think I have enough time. I was going to show you something that we've been working on to use voxel to produce more complex geometry for biodesign and also synthesize different rule-based and agent-based and machine learning AI algorithms. But I think I'll just skip through this part. Yeah, so this is a demonstration of a reinforcement learning to swap over architectural component with more complicated ones, and upsampling geometry from voxel to more organic designs. And we've also taught workshops all over the world and collected solar data from participants. And you can see that same pipeline, very different outcomes. This is the last project, shared 3D environment. So we've been producing a lot, creating a lot. How do we make sure that we have a search space that is decentralized and engineered for? This is an industrial collaboration with Mark Wilcox, who is doing a blockchain startup in New Zealand called 21E8. We've been collaborating. I developed use case study for him in the architectural industry, and we've published 3-4 papers now. And it's all started with a twit, which is basically a hash code that says 21E8. It's sort of like a hype number in blockchain community. If you're interested, go search for the twit. So that was why the company was named 21E8. And now the architectural problem is indexing. We have so much of these 3D models, but we actually want to sort them. Actually, we don't want to sort them. We want to label them. So then when we search, the best result come up first, or else how else are we going to navigate in this common data environment? But who's going to label it? Architectural interns? I don't think this is the future I want for the coming generation, nor I don't want to do it, right? So then we look at Google. Google PageRank, one of the best sorting algorithm. How they do it is that every click realized as a value, and then each content, they have a deep link, and the link of the content is a value, and then they put together all these value, and then they produce a sort of ranking. So then the best and most relevant result comes up first. At the same time, they have advertising, but it's not totally transparent how this come together, right? How do I know that the click that I contributed actually realized as a real vote? This is where we need to decentralize indexing in a common data environment. So, if you work with startups, you have to produce this diagrams and models, so then everyone communicate, make sure they're on the same page. OSI model, stack model, data flow model, the three basic model. Open system interconnection, how do you connect from user to Earth? So from the physical to the digital space. And of course, we're trying to stack blockchain with BIM, with AI. And with data flow, we use open data structure like .json. In 3D format, you can realize that at .glb. And from this, we develop more resolution over each layer. So it's not just about physical medium. It's all about social engineering, security policies. And Blender, Omniverse, Revit, Unreal, TensorFlow, how do we go from that to the common data environment of BIM, all the way to the shared data environment of blockchain, and then to the physical networking? And of course, we're also experimenting with Unreal. A lot of the products that you see was from Unreal, and how to actually have plugins on top of these Omniverse space. This is a sort of interface, still very basic, but what you should pay attention to is the green boxes. Every time you click, it realizes as a vote, and then a green box will show up. But obviously, there's very different data formats, how to actually sort them. These are technical challenges. And within the blockchain logic, it should always be distributed data storage. So every time you click on a link, your vote should be stored on your local desktop. So it's sort of like a federated learning network that Google is using. Sort of like cookies, every time you click, it stores the cookies. But we use .json because it's human readable open data structure. So I think I'm almost running out of time. So where does all of these actually place within a real planning process? In Hong Kong, this is how we do it. We start a project, we produce all these drawings that no one's understand, and then we have a public consultation period. If someone objects, the whole process run again. That's why a lot of the times it's just a long process, which is legitimacy concern within a bureaucratic system. But at the same time, if you already spent 6 months, a team of 100 people working on a master plan, and suddenly someone came along and asked you to change everything, who has the incentive to actually change everything? That's why we think the innovation is actually to crowdsource before we even start a project. There should be a component where we collect all the visions, opinions, interest, 2D or 3D, and then we sort them out before we even start planning. So then we try to develop the connection process behind, system process behind, and then we experiment with neural network together with graphs to see how graph network can be realized in physical network, and all of the generated options can be mined in the distributed index. Right, takeaway. Omniverse, Metaverse, MetaNet, all the hype word you see in one slide, but how I actually read it. For Omniverse is bringing together copyright and copyleft, like all the neural networks that we've been using, all the 3D softwares. Actually, we should be synthesizing proprietary and open source into an information economy that's scalable. Metaverse, for me, it's not so much about the 3D thing, it's more about social economy, the most fundamental questions for thousands of years in urban development. How do we bring the social while balancing income and outcome? MetaNet, the block and the chain, is not just blockchain, but it's the discretization of data parcel, right? So Voxel is data parcel, .json is data parcel. At the same time, there needs to be a continuous exchange. So imagine a network of a lot of small machines continuously running and halting, that will be Turing complete, right? So that's the block and chain concept. So yeah, if I have to sum it up, collaborative intelligence architecture, blockchain, not just technology, it's the logic of collaboration between a lot of individuals. Artificial intelligence at the same time collaborating with human intelligence, and also Phygital is actually the future. of architecture. If you want to know more use case, I constantly invite guests to actually speak about within an academic setting. Last year, we had someone from Zaha Hadid, we had people from SciArc, America, all the way to Eurasia to actually talk about all the case studies that they've been developing. So if you're interested, welcome to, yeah, go on my YouTube channel. I hope I'm perfectly on time. Usually I am.
Hi, thanks, Prop. Yeah, you're pretty much on time. You're just only 5 minutes off, but pretty good. Okay. Next, we have Dr. Atikan. Dr. Atikan is the Chief Technologist at the NVIDIA APAC South region. He works with innovators, researchers, and techno enterprises to accelerate AI and GPU adaptations for their translational R&D and software solutioning needs. Thank you, Dr. Atikan.
Thank you. You can hear me, right? Okay, sure. I'm Atikan. I work with developers largely. Maybe just introduce myself. So what I do is I work with problems that people don't want to work with, problems that which is difficult to solve. That's what NVIDIA is. And I think the previous speaker talked about Omniverse as a platform that we have built, which is I'm going to cover in my set of slides. So as a technologist, I understand the technology, and I'm still learning. I hope I understand. The more that I understand the technology of yesterday and today, the more that I find out that I don't know, right? That's the discovery period. I work with many developers from, we call translational labs. In the university, they have a focus group who does research in different areas. I work with selectively labs in the region. I work with enterprise R&D teams who are actually building next generation product. I work with ISVs who are building their software solution where they're deploying for millions of people with attention economy as a focus. And finally, I work with NVIDIA Inception partners or startups who have creative ideas and they want to solve problems differently. Right? That's my focus. Next, the next slide. I have the clicker. Okay, great. It's a green button, right? Okay. A short video clip. I think it should play as I click. So Omniverse is a platform that I shared with you. It's a brief video clip to share with you what are the some of the core components. So we have nucleus as one of the core components, and then we have connectors and connections, which you connect it to different type of I would call creating engine. It could be Unreal, it could be Unity, it could be Maya, and so forth. You can bring it in, right? So how and why NVIDIA is actually developing or developed and continuously developing Omniverse. Currently, Omniverse as a version is already available. You can download. Previous user who has used it, shared their experience how they're using Omniverse. Now, 3 key challenges that we observe. One is, COVID has taught us to be, I would say, adapt and adopt things. We were just talking just before this, all right? So, as a human race, we have shown that how adaptive we are. And we adopted very fast, and we managed to come out, or coming out now, of many, many variants. So adaptability is very important. Next is what we look at. There's a huge amount of data set is being created. That's, I'm working with one of the professor in the University of Sydney. He's looking at taking all the MRI images of a brain, and he wants to build a 3D design of a brain. Today morning I had a discussion about a concept of Metaverse, and we talked about there will be many, many, many verses, right? That's why NVIDIA calls it as Omniverse. It's many, Omni, right? So I want to build, in Singapore context, I want to have a food court verse, right? food court verse, right? So that I can go and look at all the food courts available, whether it is in Tapayo, whether it is in Bishan or anywhere, right? I want to go and look at all the food courts, the stalls which are offering different kind of food. So the metaverse is not what we have seen in our XR point of view, a virtual space, and all of us just to go and get together to do some activities. It's more than that. So there'll be many verses is going to come. So there's a lot of existing 3D data set which we want to enable the developers to bring it up and bring new experience, right? So the next is what we are looking at. What is the single source of truth, right? That's very important to ensure that the truth is being maintained, as there are many versions of softwares, libraries, or digital assets that are being created. So that's why we think we need a platform to organize and get things together and let people collaborate. All right. So, how NVIDIA is taking this challenge is we want to build an open standard together with the community, together with everybody else. We are starting with unified universal scene descriptor USD, which is Pixar created it for content. I'm sure this is the first standard we are using it to build, but as a community we get together as we build more components, and I would call we start to define what is exactly so-called Web 3.0. I don't even know what is Web 3.0 at this point of time. I know what is 2.0, but I don't know what is 3.0 yet. We are in the process of doing so. A collaborative open standard is very important, and we believe simulation technologies is fundamental. We need to learn how to build the digital twins, and then we try to simulate and understand those digital twins before we bring it into and put it into the metaverse space. And we believe AI is one of the fundamental technology which is very important. I think the previous speaker has talked about it as well. And what NVIDIA can bring from our years of experience is a GPU. The same GPU that you used to play your games is a basic building block to provide the compute that you need so that you can have the immersive experience. You can have every pixel being displayed, computed in a way that you want to perceive and understand, right? I would call it's a concept. Metaverse is still a concept. The concept becoming, everybody's giving a context to the concept. So it's a whole process. So GPU is going to be fundamental to make it available. As I shared today, we are already working with many of the companies to build, for example, digital twin of a factory. We are looking at how CAD CAMs, visualization can be brought in to build robots. Many parts are there. We are actually looking at in terms of tracking of objects or even a path in a visual space. And there are many use cases where Omniverse are being used in order to build a digital twin. So we believe digital twin is one of the key use cases, which is very important to start building the metaverse, right? And as what has been shared earlier, so Nucleus is a core component of the Omniverse. It will have many microservices, which then brings a different component to it. So for example, you have Cloud XR is one of the platforms that NVIDIA provides for all your XR related experiences. So when we look at the metaverse, or we may call it as a Web 3.0, we will start with a lot of existing foundational technology from today, or which is Web 2.0, for example, I would say. So Cloud XR is one example that we already have. Next is we look at farm. So people ask me, okay, I want to build a metaverse in a cloud. Yes, you can. Before this, NVIDIA has what you call a GPU farm for you to stream and play video games from the cloud. The same fundamental technology, GPU technology, will be made available very soon. We're working with quite a number of CSPs so that you have GPU farms in the cloud so that you can build and render these virtual spaces or virtual, I would call verses, right? As I said, I want to have a verse for food court. I want to have the verse for my housing estate. I want to have a verse for, we have virtual Singapore, so it can be a digital Singapore or twin Singapore, which I can have physically, right? And I can use it to traverse, I can use it to play games and so forth. So we will be building that, and that's very important. The fundamental to this is to bring all developers together. let them develop their own verses from their own point of view, how they're bringing digital assets. So here, what we are trying to do is we are trying to facilitate that with all the existing softwares, right? So as I said, it could be Autodesk, it could be, you're using Unreal Engine, for example, for Epic Games. Today morning, I was talking to a dean from Epic Games, Unreal Engine, how we can actually work together to put together the new Metaverse, and so forth. Once that is being put together, you have the application, then you want to render and display. So people will consume this experience in a way that they want to see it. It could be in using HMD, right? Could be Oculus, for example, or they want to see it in a mobile phone. They want to view it in a workstation and so forth. So getting that delivered to the consumer or the person who wants to have the experience in an easy way wherever they are, or whatever they are doing, whether they're traveling or they are actually in a remote part of the world, they still want to be connected to the verse. It's very important, and that made possible by the Omniverse platform. And the way that we build the platform is we make it simple, we make it open, it's a layered, so all your hard work that you have done, for example, in the space of AI, you have developed fantastic neural networks. And those networks can be easily brought in, integrated together with existing rendering engine and capability, and you can simulate it for your digital twin, and you build your application layer on top so that you can build this, the verses in the area that you want to bring it in, or to the user that you want to bring it in. It could be for construction purposes, it could be architecture purposes, for engineering purposes, and so forth. You can deliver that to them. A simple example how AI being used in the Omniverse space in order to build one digital assets. So what NVIDIA has done is a couple of years ago, we published a paper. Here is we are taking the audio or the speech that you talk, that I'm talking today. If you can take a mobile phone, record it. We want to translate the speech into a facial expression. Right? So as I speak certain words, you can see my lips are moving, my chin and cheeks are moving, maybe sometimes my eyebrow move, or certain part of my faces are moving. Now, how can I digitize and understand the movement of my facial locations in my face, or expression or emotion, however you perceive from my face, by just using neural network from the speech itself. So that's how AI comes in, can translate the knowledge into a facial expression, and then you have a network that you can use it for a digital avatar, right? How about if this particular building actually can do expression of my speech? So the bar, the virtual bars actually can move as I speak, right? So imagine the possibility of AI being used in a digital space to change its structure based on tunes, right? That's how AI actually could be used in order to build certain verses. So this is an example of digital avatar. We make it into building blocks. It can be used for a different type of application. This is how we are translating the AI into a face, right? So you take a specific speech, you train for the specific face over here, and the face then can be translated into, it could be an animal, it could be any object. A chair is talking, right? How the chair will express itself if the chair talks. So that can be done by using audio to face, is one of the SDK that we have. Omniverse, anyway, is free, download and play with as a developer. You can use it. Now, what is the fundamental core component of NVIDIA is bringing in all these technologies run on a GPU, and it's seamless. You can run Omniverse on your, if you're using a laptop with a GPU, or you have a workstation with a GPU, you can run Omniverse. Or you can have a GPU card, 3080, 3090 that you have. You can run in that to render the images, run the AI modules, run the simulation component, and so forth, and all the way to the cloud. You can do that, right? So when we did the one of the speech that Jensen gave during our GDC was rendered, and in order to do that, we have actually Omniverse farm, which runs on a GPU farm. It took almost like 18 days of time just to render the image, right? That's the amount of compute is required, and that basic building blocks are already there at your home, in your laptop, which you can take it and start building on top of that. This is a short video clip just to show how real the experience that we can create digitally, so that when you want to build a certain building or certain bring a concept to the building, can be done virtually as a digital twin. I think there is a sound component to it, but anyway. So we can see here, it's almost looks real, right? Or for me, it looks real. So this is how Omniverse allows you to build a digital twin. So this is a Japanese ramen restaurant. So imagine if you have this capability, if you're an architecture company, right? You want to have people to come and collaborate, work together, and design how the kitchen should look like. Or I'm working with one company, says they are in the construction space, so they build condominiums and apartments, right? So what they are offering to their customers is, you buy a physical unit in my condominium, you get a Metaverse virtual unit. So I said, I already have a physical unit, why do I need a Metaverse virtual unit? So whatever you cannot do in a physical unit, you can do in your virtual unit. Right? So it's this crazy, different kind of ideas are coming out, right? So one of the core component of Omniverse is how you can collaborate and work as a team. If you can see on your left-hand side, independently different team actually build components, of a building or structure or space. And as you can see, while on the 3 different blocks on your left-hand side being done, it actually can be visualized and seen as one particular collaborative image on your right-hand side. So that brings the collaborative work can be done anywhere, any part of the world, and you can build things much faster. So during COVID, a lot of production houses learned by using AI, you need not to have a large number of crew, right? Let's say they want to do a short video clip, promotional clip along a beach in Bali. So they have to fly everybody from US to Bali, set up the whole environment, and then they need to have a physical people there acting, and you want to record, or you want to get the scene to be produced. But during COVID, nobody can fly, there is no flights, and you can't go to Bali. So what do? You get the images, use AI, reproduce it, and within a small group of people in a studio, they can actually build the video, short clip of video. So rather than having 100 people, you can get a job done with 4 people. I think previous speaker spoke about how they're able to get it done with a small group of people, right? That's how Omniverse actually makes that as possible. The next is in terms of increasing operational efficiency. So this is OR research, right? Operational research. In this case, we are working with the BMW. BMW has many factories around the globe, and they want to streamline, they want to make sure the factories are actually effectively designed and also conducive for the workers to work, and also can be repurposed and used for different purposes. But in that factory space, there is many objects, many components. As you can see over here, today, let's say they're producing Model A of the car. So Model A car may need different parts, different components. And these parts actually moves in a conveyor belt in a structured way. So there are people actually working on it. Now, what's the space between the car, which is be carried by the conveyor, versus where they should put a trolley, the object should be, so that the person won't strain himself or herself as they take and fit the object into the car. Now, all these can be designed in a digital twin, virtually tested and validated before it is then being rolled out into the factory floor globally, right? So imagine if this were to be physically, you have to bring people in, you have to put the object, you have to test one by one, right? So by using Omniverse, you can design different people, different region will have different height or different strength in terms of what they can do, what they can lift, and so forth, and you can test it in a digital twin space. This is an example of application today which we are already working and building together with our partners. Next is in terms of using a lot of our physics component, which comes together a package
This
called
massive Modulus heat recovery steam
to have a digital
generator
twin
uses
of
hot
a
gas
factory,
exhaust
right? So in
to
this
convert
case,
water in the pipes
and the
into
whole
steam for the
factory,
turbines,
which is we work together with the
predicting
Siemens,
corrosion to avoid
which is
downtime
it's
is
basically it
challenging.
is
Reduced order
it's
models
a digital
aren't
twin, right?
extremely accurate.
It's not a
And
real
full
image.
simulation takes
It's a design and
expertise
developed.
time.
And here we are looking at how the airflow should look like.
Siemens
there is,
Energy
if
is
you
developing
say-
a digital twin with NVIDIA Modulus for the multi-phase turbulent flow. With point cloud data to train a physics-based AI model, they can infer high-fidelity flow shown by the streamlines in seconds. This could reduce downtime by 70%, saving the industry $1.7 billion a year.
Because there's another example how creating the simulated component of it is very important, so that they can actually design the right flow of factory components itself, right? So next, if you can see, this is another example in terms of movie production people are looking at. So these are digital assets. So when I'm sharing these examples, it's just, imagination is a limitation, right? So here is actual, this is something common today, but we are including AI, which is a post-estimation. If you can see all the joints of the person are taken into consideration when the object, which is astronaut, at the virtual space is somewhere. So physically, you don't need to go to Mars, but we can have the whole going to Mars journey can be created in Omniverse, right? But definitely, we landed in moon, don't worry, right? Armstrong is the first guy who actually walked in the moon. Not like this. So, but this whole experience can be created. Whatever you would like to do, it's possible. Over here, it's just a simple digital camera or device to stream the video, and then the asset is the astronaut, and you put it in, and you can create a simple scene. So this is
in
possible
Omniverse,
today.
Ericsson
The
builds
next is, for
city-scale
example,
models that are
Ericsson is
physically
using
accurate down
our
to the materials of the
Omniverse
buildings,
design,
vegetation, and foliage.
or
Then,
test where
wireless
they
network
should
components
put the
are added,
5G
including the precise
base
location,
station.
height, and
So,
antenna pattern of
this
each
is where
transmitter.
the physics component
Ericsson
comes
built
in.
a custom
You can bring
Omniverse
in the
extension,
layers of the
enabling them to
town
integrate radio propagation data
into
and
a
leverage
simulated
Omniverse's
environment.
RTX
And the
accelerated
most
ray
complex
tracing,
is here the radio waves.
visualize
So
and
coming,
calculate the quality of
which
the
is
signal
beamed
at
to
every
a
point
different
in the city.
angle, and let's say there is a
Because
vehicle is
Omniverse
moving,
materials are physically
where is the
accurate,
right place
the
to put the
intensity
5G
reflections are
antenna,
precisely
so that you can
determined.
get the maximum
Antenna
coverage for the
beamforming
people
and signal paths
who live in the city.
accurately simulated
Because
and
putting an
visualized.
antenna, it's very expensive,
In the simulation,
because you need to be
load
maintained,
signified
it has to give
transmitter
a full
antenna
coverage for the
beamforming, and
5G
the straight lines were
operators. So they want to find the right location, right angle, right place to put in, so that they have a maximum coverage and penetration capability. Because having trees, for example, it will prevent from the ray to reach to the mobile device, right? Then you won't have a good bandwidth that you need in a 5G phone. So the whole thing can be simulated, tested, and validated at very high accurate simulation models, right? With the algorithms made possible because of the libraries that we have, and also capability of Omniverse, another example. So in closing, what we look at in a metaverse space, or versus a space which is coming in step by step. Digital twin is a basic block. Whether like company that we are working with, Autodesk, they have thousands of parts of digital assets. Same goes to companies in the construction space. You have a lot of BIM components. Or you have your architect talented. You have a lot of digital asset that you have, floor plans and so forth. You might have created a different good unique assets that you have. Now, rather than keeping this asset in a hard drive locked in, which was designed 20 years ago, if you can actually make this asset available to your partners, and of course you may have a method of protecting your digital rights, and you can share it with other people, and they can learn from you and use it, and of course in a collaborative way, right? So with this, it will actually enable collaborative digital asset exchange to build many type of digital twins that you are trying to build. The next what we can see is today in many areas, whether in architecture, engineering, and constructions, because in this particular area we have seen a lot of digital assets has been built. It's already available. It is about bringing the designers, project leaders, and also your we call visualization specialists, who can bring it in and render in a way they can consume, so that your clients are happy with your a new model that you're building, or you can even get them to be part of the co-creator who can work with you and design what you're trying to build or what you're trying to design together with them, right? And this is the final slide. So what we have is we have a lot of tools for you to download and use. Omniverse is for you to free to download and use as a developer. And then there's a lot of trainings that we provide. Take all these useful trainings that we have, and you can learn on demand, self-paced courses that we have. And finally, we are trying to build the community. The community is already there. Thousands of people actually working together and together with NVIDIA. So join the Omniverse community, learn and build the verses that you want to build. With that, thank you.
Hi, thank you very much, Dr. Aktikin. The next panelist is Carl Tan, an industrial technologist from the built environment. Carl believes that the virtualizing the physicality of construction sites will enable more evidential and effective communication. The founder and CEO of Esquire graduated with a master's degree from Stanford University, California, and a bachelor's degree in Imperial College from London. Carl?
Thank you. Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Kyle. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Esquire. We're a local Singapore startup specializing in a technology that captures automatically and reconstructs a virtual space using cheap off-the-shelf 360-degree cameras. The technology, we sort of coined it 360-degree virtual sites. And today, I'd like to share with you a bit more about how we are helping very traditional industries, such as construction, create a more immersive job site environment. As a vision, our company hopes to capture and index all virtual spaces, but specifically to help industries that are more traditional create these virtual twins for the purpose of operations, for the purpose of communication. Since we launched the startup about a year and a half ago, we've largely focused on Singapore as a test bed. And today we're actually working across the sector, partnering up with customers from major government-linked developers, like the largest industrial developer, JTC, HDB, the largest residential developer, and together with a few other private developers and main contractors, as well as some consultants in the sector, we're starting to show that a solution that can help virtualize construction job site can help the entire ecosystem collaborate more effectively and make less errors when they build. So today, a lot of people have been talking about the general trend from physical to virtual. It's an obvious trend that, especially if you're in the consumer world or if you're in a high-tech end of the business, it's an obvious trend. But as the world starts trending and moving towards a much more virtual way of accessing and experiencing spaces, we think that there's a group of industries that are more traditional, that are more cost-sensitive, that are being left behind. And the reason is because the creation of these digital twins for these spaces can sometimes be too costly and requires the right kind of talent that when you talk about spaces like construction, they have neither. But the biggest problem with some of these traditional spaces is that they are the ones who are constantly managing a changing space. So for example, in construction, everyone will tell that their physical space changes on a daily basis. And today, whenever anything is needed to be done, someone has to go down to the site itself with a group of 20 to 50 people. It's probably a common experience for many people in the built environment to walk the ground with a group of 20 to 50 people, like a museum tour, just to look at one issue. We think that there's a huge opportunity to change this mindset, but the solution would have to be a step towards something more high-tech, but something that today can provide the right kind of cost effectiveness to create digital twins cheaply for this space. So instead of digital twin, we sort of call this in-between step a virtual twin. And how we're going to do that, we'll share a bit more later. But Maybe I delve a bit more into a specific problem that we're actually trying to help construction solve. Be it you're a developer, owner side, trying to build and finance a space that you're developing, or you're a main contractor that has take up a responsibility or contract to build the space. More often than not, each teams often run a site team managing a physical space on the ground itself. And this is called the site team. And this site team, between the site team and the owner and the main contractor HQ site, headquarters site, which does a lot of the auditing processes, they're often talking about things that are happening on the site, but they are all based in 3 different locations. And more often than not, because of a lack of communication on what's really happening on the ground, a lot of the issues about progress, cost, quality, and safety are often miscommunicated, and eventually requires everyone to be physically present to resolve some of these issues. It's limiting the physical ability to scale up in construction, especially with companies now starting to look into more global markets. You find the ability to access some of these sites is starting to limit the ability to manage a much bigger operations. Quite specifically, at the heart of this multi-party collaboration is a fundamental process that is still very traditionally used to manage what's happening on the ground itself. Traditional site monitoring uses just your typical camera phones, and typically is done on a daily or weekly basis, where the project managers or directors would task more engineers on the ground, people who are trained in electrical engineering or architecture interns, to take thousands of photos on the weekly basis, compile them into a report. And this report is typically a PDF form where you take a photo, you're just saying something that's super obvious. This is a level 2 column on the northeastern corner, and you label that for thousands of photos. So when we observe the site for any site that's doing this photo documentation, it's actually a very laborious and slow process where engineers are spending their nights or even their weekends trying to do this, and often procrastinating to 2 to 3 weeks. Most importantly, they're not capturing the full space. They're only capturing a part of that space, barely like enough to be called a twin representation of the space, right? Only less than 5% of the space is being captured. And why is it important to capture all 100% of the space? It's because more often than not, these reports are often used as evidence, be it for progress claims, when money is involved, or whenever there's a dispute or any kind of variation order, there's often need to refer back to some of the photo evidences that has been captured in the past in order to refer to them as the actual ground truth. Just now people talked about a single source of truth. It's very important because in construction, this could easily be in the millions of dollars of disputes. We know today that in construction, about 10 to 20% of projects run the risk. 10 to 20% of project budget are actually at risk of some kind of dispute or variation order one way or another, which is why so much contingency has been put aside for that. And at the same time, most projects are currently running a lot of delays, and it's super difficult to trace back onto why these delays happen. So we propose a simple and cost-effective solution that applies photogrammetry on top of off-the-shelf 360-degree cameras to help solve this problem of photo documentation and the creation of virtual twins for construction sites. Let me share with you how this works in practice. So now, instead of having to take so many photos for the site engineer, all he has to do is to mount a 360-degree camera that's off the shelf. You can buy it off Lazada, connect that with our mobile application, and our smart automation capture algorithm would be able to capture as he walks around the space where he has walked and sort of reconstruct the space together. And we do all this without the use of GPS because on indoor spaces, GPS signal is very weak. So it's purely done using visual techniques where the AI automatically pins the space onto a blueprint. So that on the same day, the entire project team can use the data to compare progress between today and last week, to compare progress between the actual site as well as the 3D design model, and communicate across all stakeholders, taking the time it takes previously from 3 to 4 weeks of communication to just a matter of hours. And let me share with you a quick demonstration of an actual immersive job site in Singapore and how that's being done in practice. So here you see, this is a typical setup where users can actually mount a 360-degree camera on the hard hat and just walk around the space. It's a typical parking lot on a residential building. And instead of having to take multiple photos that could take hours, all he has to do is to walk around. So the way we think about it is like instead of the Google Street car, you have a Google Street human who's walking around the space, mapping it. And the capturing process does not require GPS or internet because most of these spaces don't actually have access to that. We're working with one of the most extreme users across all the industries, right? And after the AI has processed the capture path, it automatically pins that to the blueprints and recreate the navigation point, very similar to what Google Street View does today, except that camera is super expensive, and this camera could be an off-the-shelf $500 per pop kind of a camera use case. So of course we use like 2D to 3D reconstruction algorithms, some traditional techniques, some new machine learning based techniques to reconstruct the space. So behind the hood, we do have a very rough mesh model that's being created. And finally, we have all those like industry professional dashboards to help you compare, the progress between one day and another. So you can very quickly pull out the evidence that's needed and share that across the entire project team, cutting down, the miscommunication across the project, doing report generations in one click, and the typical sort of industrial kind of use cases. And this is a simple demo of us comparing against a 3D BIM model design, where you can spot any discrepancy. Today, still visually, but in the future, we believe that more machine learning techniques can be used to identify the discrepancies automatically and suggest to the users and help them. So in short, we specialize a lot less in like say deep learning of AI technologies, but as a startup, we focus a lot more on in the application and commercialization, focusing a lot more on like where it can add value and whether there's ROI in it. So today when we roll out the solution, we find that there's two main values that our customers care about. The first is the easiest one to think about. It's just a virtual site. Whenever you virtualize an industrial space, be it a construction site or a factory, and you can do that very, very quickly, and you can do that so frequently in a matter of hours, then you can drive decision making. Whenever there's a need to understand what's the last known state, to bring up that image of that for the purpose of improving your work efficiency or just talking about the progress on the ground, it's all in your fingertip within just a URL click away. And at the same time, because it's a time capsule that you're capturing frequently of the space, it's not just one instance of it. You're actually capturing a time capsule of the space, such that during the process of like beyond the construction phase, during facility maintenance, whenever there's a need to see what's behind the wall, what's above the ceiling, it's so easy to peel back the layers to see what it looked like before the ceiling boards or the fake walls, the architectural walls get covered up. And we have a very interesting use case for time capsule where we've developed with Amsterdam airport, where one of their current problem is that whenever they're doing a building maintenance and they're trying to figure out where the pipe is running above their ceiling, in order to do that, today they came up with a technique to drill 9 holes into the wall. According to heuristic, that means from experience, one of these holes will expose the pipe, and then they fill up the other 8 holes. So the whole idea is that today, the idea of like being able to understand what's behind the wall and ceiling for most buildings is still very challenging, and this technology allows a lot of greenfield projects to start afresh, to start capturing all this data, and eventually, then you have this data to start having a more specialized crew to start building the actual BIM model of the space with all the data captured in its original state. Yeah. And we do see a lot more future opportunities beyond just construction. In general, industries which are cost sensitive, which requires the speed in terms of capturing, typically could use a solution like that. And to date, I'm, for example, working with a cleaning company in Singapore. They do large-scale cleaning contracts for example, for Changi Airport, for Marina Bay Sands. And one of their biggest problem today is that they want to create, although they have a lot of turnaround in terms of turnover in terms of their cleaning staff. You can imagine every month, 50 cleaners leave the company, 50 new ones join, right? It's a high turnover industry in terms of staffing. One of the biggest problems is that whenever a new staff joins and comes on board, they need to bring the staff down to Marina Bay Sands and teach them how to clean again. And for them to recreate a whole space from scratch, it's quite a costly endeavor, to create a virtual training space. They want to do that. But what we provide them is a quick step towards that direction. Within an hour, they could very quickly capture Marina Bay Sands and tag in this space certain instructions for cleaning, so that instead of onboarding each staff one by one, they could have all 50 staff sit in a conference room in the comfort of an air-conditioned room and actually bring them through the space and show them all the video clips to train them. Beyond that, they could give a remote link to each of the staff so that when they're on the ground and they forget what to clean, they can always refer back to some of these instructions and use that as a memo to do some of their, virtual immersive training. I'm working with, for example, in the space of ID, a New Zealand interior designer who's now completely managing a project offsite. So she's in New Zealand and the renovation work is done in Singapore. And the capture is being done by the ground staff, by the contractors here, so that as an interior designer, they don't always have to be down to the site all the time. And she flies in only for the critical periods where she's needed to look at the actual output. We've also seen use cases in insurance and loans where a big part of what insurers and lenders are worried about is that when they finance buildings or when they're insuring against fire damage for a building, they don't really know whether the money is going to the right places. So using this image technique to be very quickly capturing the real reality provides evidence to help them reduce the risk of where the money flows, especially in Southeast Asia or Asia, where a lot of them tells us that they do have a real concern about landing boots on the ground to inspect, to do verification, whenever, for example, there's a fire damage to a property. And finally, in retail and hospitality, this could be a very quick and simple solution to help bring actual flagship store. Let's say we've seen this Chinese furniture company who has an actual flagship store with all their furniture placed out there. So instead of having to recreate all the 3D models from scratch, they can just scan their actual flagship store, put it online, and then start using that next to their e-commerce platform and do like cross-selling and upselling. Yeah. So in short, I mean, we're still a very young company, about 2 years in the making, and we have we have a passion for working with very traditional industries. We've made it a point to make our system work for users who are 18 years old all the way to 80 years old, because we think that's more of the technology trying to simplify itself for traditional industries rather than having to train them so hard to learn technologies. Yeah, and if you do see any opportunities to collaborate, this is my contact. Yeah, thank you for your time today.
Hi, thanks, Carl. Okay, we've got the last speaker, Kim Wormsley, will be the next speaker. Kim Wormsley is a software architect working on projects that integrates IoT data with BEAM, sometimes also called digital twin, with the via a Forge platform. During his time at Autodesk, he works at various countries, holding roles which includes building and management teams of software developers in Europe, America, and APAC. Kim? Hi there, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I'm just sharing my screen. Hopefully this comes across okay. Can you see it okay?
Yes.
Right. Perfect. Okay, so today I'm going to be talking to you about a project that we've been working on at Autodesk Research now for several years, that's called Project Asher. My name's Kian Wormsley, as you can see at the bottom of the slide. I actually manage a small team inside Autodesk Research. I'm based in Switzerland. My email address is there. I also have a blog at kianw.com, and you can connect with me on Twitter and LinkedIn via kianw. So I share quite a lot of information about what we're doing inside Autodesk Research, so it might be interesting for people. So onwards to the next slide. So today I'm going to be talking to you about our research into digital twins. Now, when we started this research, we weren't really even talking about using the term digital twin. So this was started back in 2009. At the time, we saw an opportunity around creating some sort of tool to essentially make the built environment more efficient. You know, when you look at climate change and the release of sort of CO2 into the atmosphere, 40% of it comes from the built environment. So, you know, doing something to try and minimize the impact of the built environment on the climate was extremely important to us. So we started looking at how we could take various aspects of what could be considered a digital twin and build them into some kind of tool. So we started by taking BIM data coming from Revit, sensor data coming from IoT or BMS systems, so building management systems, and integrating those with a set of tools that would allow people to explore this data in the context of a 3D environment. So this is around graphs that allow you to sort of look at individual sensors, but also things like heat maps that could allow you to look at data from multiple sensors shared, you know, across a volume of a room or across the surface of a bridge. And then these sort of three areas combined. You know, there were other areas. We didn't really look too much into controls because that wasn't really the point of the project. We also have only more recently started to look at simulations, but that's something that we won't talk about today. And these three areas kind of integrate into what we've always thought of as being a building debugger. So people who are, you know, familiar with debuggers for code can think about Project Dasher as being a debugger for buildings. Now, when we first started it, it was a desktop application, of course, back in 2009. It was a little bit before the web was really possible easily sorry, 3D was really possible inside a web browser. So we, you know, obviously had to build a lot of this ourselves in terms of the technology stack. When I joined Autodesk Research in about 2016, I'd been with the company for several years before, but I moved into research in 2016. My first job with research was to sort of take the learnings that we'd done inside the desktop version of Dasher and translate them into the browser. So started to use the Forge platform. So Autodesk has a web services and you know, platform for building web applications, and started to use that to see if we could essentially recreate Dasher inside the browser. Connecting to the same backend database for, you know, time series data, etc. Now, this was an interesting early project that we did with Dasher, and this was for NASA. So that is the logo in the bottom right, but we sort of we mask it out for copyright reasons. When we first showed this to the folks at NASA, there was some really interesting reflections by the scientists there. So first of all, they noticed two main areas that behave a bit differently from the rest of this floor. So if we look at this central area, we can see it's a lot cooler, and that, you know, they said, well, okay, that's our server room. It's normal that it behaves quite differently. But then they also noticed that this room behaves quite differently as well. It's quite a bit cooler. It has a very different profile in terms of temperature than the rest of the floor. And somebody else in the room sort of raised their hand and said, isn't that where we're sort of performing that experimental glazing study? So even before that, you know, they'd had the chance to crunch the numbers on that particular study to understand the impact of this glazing study, presumably they had some sort of, you know, anti-UV film on the windows or something like that. They could see from this visualization immediately, or from the data, they could immediately see that there was some effect before they really sort of crunch the numbers. So this was an early indication that this style of visualization, where you're taking data from lots of different sensors at the same time, mapping it into a 3D context, really allows you to get some insights into what's happening. Another pilot project that we ran was with Schneider Electric, and they had a new occupancy sensor that could essentially tell where people were inside a space. And so we were able to take that data and sort of, you know, map it into 3D using these little Playmobil people, these purple figures there. And then we could, you know, immediately start to correlate occupancy alongside things like CO2 or temperature or humidity, etc. But here we could really get a sense of the impact of not only, you know, how the building is performing, but why it's performing that way. We start to get this kind of insight into you know, with more context. So not only can we see, okay, well, this temperature, this particular room is not behaving as it should, but we can see, well, it's because we have 15 people in that room, and perhaps we need to do something to help address that. So we can kind of zoom out on a particular sensor and then really start to get a feel for whether this is a systematic problem. Is this something that we can address with a change to the BMS? Is this something that really doesn't happen very often and we don't need to? So this was kind of this level of insight that we could get from having this additional data stream. Another project that's really interesting to call out was one of our own offices. So this is our Pier 9 office in San Francisco. And inside this office, we have a raised footbridge that connects two parts of the building. And we realized that in order to start experimenting with this technology in the space of infrastructure, we needed to make sure our systems could deal with larger volumes of data, both in terms of ingesting that amount of data, but also, storing it as well. So we put accelerometers and strain gauges on this bridge, as well as a number of other sensors. Bearing in mind that accelerometers and strain gauges, they're measuring data at perhaps 10,000 hertz, or a lot more frequently than you would do with a temperature sensor, for example. We also set up cameras. So here you can see a security guard walking across the bridge early in the morning, checking his phone, but we can even sort of correlate the movement of a person down to individual footsteps as they cross the bridge, which was really quite interesting as well. We could start to pull those insights out of the data, but having this correlation was important. Now, this was really valuable for us to have this video integrated, but at the same time, it raises privacy concerns, right? So here we have employees from Autodesk sort of crossing, the bridge at different times of day. We wanted to be able to make sure they could do so in, with their privacy intact. So we started to explore different computer vision techniques to allow us to essentially anonymize people. So this went from blurring to things like using pose estimation tools, as we talked about earlier, to extract skeletons. And then essentially we can take this skeleton data and map it back into 3D, because it's not just 2D data, it's 3D data that allows us to really understand how people are moving through a space, but also behaving in a space. Now, all of this was really in support of a project for a startup in the Netherlands called MX3D. Now, they've used robots to build the world's first 3D printed steel footbridge going across a canal. Now, this was the original kind of visualization for this idea of a bridge being printed by robots moving across a canal. In reality, of course, it was a bit more like it was in a warehouse, and in truth, it was not robots going across the bridge. It was done in sections. So here's an example of a piece of the bridge being printed by a robot. Now the eventual sort of the eventual design was a bit different. So it was more of an artistic design. Here you can see a number of us jumping up and down on the bridge just to, for a bit of fun. It had already been tested with lots of load prior to that, so we weren't really worried, of course. But ultimately, this is a brand new construction material. Nobody has really used a welding robot to deposit small amounts of steel in order to create something structural before. So we decided as a project team to essentially integrate sensors into the bridge, along with a number of other partners. Autodesk helped build this sensor network into the bridge, effectively creating a smart bridge. So we rolled up our sleeves and helped integrate a number of sensors into the base of the bridge. As it was an afterthought, this was work that had to happen after, rather than being something that was planned from the beginning. So it took quite a lot of work for this first iteration to sort of go ahead and make this bridge smart effectively. This is some data that we were able to capture at Dutch Design Week in Amsterdam. So this is just us sort of correlating or starting to show the skeleton data alongside video data. So the video ultimately gets thrown away. This is really just a debugging tool for us to understand, are the cameras set up properly? There we can see from this camera angle that it seems to be working pretty well. But quite interestingly, if we kind of flip the view and so look at the the bridge from the other direction, we can immediately see that something's a little bit off there. So if you look on the person sitting on the right handrail, they're flipped in terms of their orientation. So there was definitely some problem with that particular camera in the sense that the data was being generated. So, but this was really just allowing us to debug the system, and then the video can be disposed of, and we really just have the skeleton data to show where people are anonymously in the space. And all of this is, again, with a view to sort of correlating the use of the asset, the use of the bridge with the stress data or the strain data that we're receiving from it. So here, once again, we can kind of take a look at sort of some sort of heat map showing data, and then have that correlated with the use of the bridge, so we can start to understand the impact of people moving across the bridge. Things have moved along a little bit since that original visualization. So here we have proper 3D skeletons now with sort of a higher degree of quality. We're also able to show multiple sensor streams using 2D panels alongside the 3D data. The bridge itself has actually now been in place for a year. So this was the opening a year ago. I was the only, it was during COVID, so I was the only member of the project team who was able to attend. So that's the back of my head. This is Queen Maxima of the Netherlands. So she was there to open the bridge. It was actually a robot that cut the ribbon, but she did press a button to help, to ask the robot to cut the ribbon. It was a nice event. One thing to bear in mind about this project is that it's right in the center of the red light district in Amsterdam. So this is a really interesting test case for anonymization and privacy related technology, because of course the people there are up, they're up to whatever they want to get up to, but they really don't want the rest of the world necessarily seeing what their activities. So we are obviously in negotiations with the municipality to put cameras up, which will lead to this anonymized kind of skeleton footage, but it is taking a little bit longer than we expected. So we're hoping to get the cameras installed in the coming months, but that's a work in progress at the moment. But once we have that in place, it really is an excellent test bed for this type of anonymization technology. Another bridge project, which was really inspired by the MX3D bridge, which was for Dar El Handasa, so a Lebanese construction company, or global construction company, really. They came to us having seen the MX3D project and said, well, we want to do something similar, but we want to be doing it with sustainable materials. So they, came to us, and we helped them to sort of build a 2-meter bridge. In this case, we have another longer version coming out of ABS and carbon reinforcement. So we're able to integrate a network of sensors. In this case, we used FBG, or fiber Braggs grating sensors, which is an optical fiber that allows you to test strain along the length of the fiber. And we were able to kind of pull out some quite interesting data from there. So this is the bridge inside Dasha. Is it? Oh, it is loading. Okay, it's fine. So we're able to take that strain data and then map it on to the surface of the bridge itself. So here, just to get a sense, we're in this case we're coloring the sensor dots themselves with data from the bridge, but of course we can also do a heat map that shows that strain information mapped onto the bridge's surface itself. So we unveiled this at BIM World in Paris. This is my colleague Pete Story, who talked about this project yesterday during his session. In terms of the construction of the bridge itself, it's for a little bit of fun. This is me walking onto the bridge and actually sort of seeing the strain in real time, shown on the 3D model of the bridge. So essentially a proper digital twin of the bridge itself. Here's that data from BIM World, kind of that we can sort of analyze afterwards and take a look at, sort of being displayed inside Dasha. The last project I wanted to talk about is a collaboration that we've had. It's once again a BIM or architectural centric collaboration, and this is with the Nest building which is in a suburb of Zurich. So this is a collaboration between EMPA, the Swiss Material Sciences Institute, and ETH Zurich. And this is really, it's a showcase for digital fabrication. It includes it's a modular construction. The idea is that these modules can be swapped out, over time. This is a module which is called the Urban Mining and Recycling Unit, and everything inside it has a material passport and has come from another project and is due to be recycled when it's decommissioned. There's the DFAB house, which is a showcase for digital fabrication techniques. There are 3D printed concrete ceilings and walls. Everything there that's made out of wood has been milled by robots and CNC machines. So it's a very interesting project overall, and we had the opportunity to sort of go in and help take some of their data coming from the 2,000 plus sensors that they have in the space and map that into a 3D environment. So sort of here we're showing sensor data coming, for the, I think the first floor of this building for various sensors that we can correlate at the same time using both 3D and 2D heat maps to understand the performance of this building and understand correlations again between different types of sensor. So here's just another quick visualization showing some of the types of visualization we do with various data streams, things like animated tooltips, etc. We're also taking building systems data and allowing them to be displayed at the same time, because obviously if you're looking at a building and you want to understand things like temperature in a space or humidity, then you really want to know where the HVAC system is, how it's configured. So having access to this via the rich BIM data is super important for our customers. So having this data integrated into the viewer is critical. Here's another view of a project. This one was for Kingspan, so a customer of ours in Ireland, who wanted us to sort of go in and put sensors in their HQ building called Icon. So once again, we're showing multiple sensors, multiple types of sensor across multiple floors of the building, correlating those together to understand the impact and how this data interrelates as well. Now, just to sort of contextualize this a little more broadly, as Autodesk, our focus is very much on the design phase of the cycle, the building cycle, if you like. Although we are increasingly looking at developing tools for owners and operators as well. But historically, we've considered IoT and digital twins as being a great source of data that can then kind of feed back into the design phase. And in this case, we're looking at what we call generative design, which takes data in terms of stresses, in terms of various the forces needed to build a mechanical structure, or requirements coming from in the AEC context for things like workspace preference, how optimized a building layout is for the people who use it, that kind of thing. So ultimately, this data increasingly is going to come into the design phase and help drive this generative process where algorithmically we're able to then create designs. So that's kind of contextualizing where we see most of our work on IoT. We have taken a lot of that. So, where is Dasher going? Well, it is a research project, so we don't have direct plans for commercializing it. But pieces of Dasher have already been built into the Forge platform. So the Forge Viewer has a data visualization extension, which allows you to basically use pieces of Dasher inside Forge to build your own digital twins. We've also been working really closely with a new product team at Autodesk called the Tandem team, and they're building a platform and product related to digital twins and managing assets. So they're increasingly taking the learnings and technology from Dasher and integrating them into their own product offering. So Autodesk Tandem is also something that's interesting to look at. Kind of interestingly, we've also taken the Tandem SDK and have integrated that back into Dasher. So now we're using Tandem for those projects and essentially taking that same geometry that's coming from the digital twin platform and able to create the same experience as we have with a more traditional Forge workflow. So this will look exactly the same as, pretty much as the demo that I showed before, but it is using a different infrastructure platform. And with that, that's the end of my slides. So I think that we can transition across to Q&A.
Right, thank you.
Got questions?
Wow, looks like there's no response.
Okay, so everyone's just getting warmed up. I think to get the ball rolling, I have a question, and it's more of a reaction of the content that's presented by the speakers thus far, primarily probably directed to Provides and Dr. Atikan, but for the other speakers, please jump in. What we've seen so far are different labels to different types of verses, probably suiting different requirements and different expectations. The collaborative workspaces that Provides talks about with regards to participatory planning versus, probably versus the Omniverse that Dr. Atikan was talking about, which seems to be on a much larger scale because it appears as though it's a virtual environment that's built to test items in the virtual environment before it is put into a physical environment to further study and get more results out. So I don't know whether with the different types of verses that we've seen thus far addressing different needs, whether it's already considered a fragmentation of the different verses, and if so, or if not so, would that eventually be a point in the future, and as the technology develops, that it all converges into a completely digital twin of the world that we already have right now, but with AI coming into the picture to automate our daily livelihoods and stuff that we do on a daily basis, but in the digital realm?
Yep. So I think there's two parts for the question, right? How do we build the digital assets at a block and component level? So I'll go back to Autodesk just now. I think it's a great presentation. As we build small component within the Autodesk, that's all I call it as a digital assets, which is identified, which is unique, tagged, and so forth. And you put together to form a building, right? And then a collection of buildings could be a area, a space that is being defined, right? So then I called it as a verse. So now we all started the journey of I don't know what we call it, right? It's after Web 2.0, whatever it's going to be. We are in the journey. So I see the first step is about at a small community level, we will build our own verses. And this, as we build these verses at a community level, as a company level, as a startup yourself, you're building for the others and so forth, we want to make sure that it is all defined to some kind of a standard. Of course, NVIDIA is starting with the USD, Universal Scene Descriptor. I'm sure there will be others coming up with their own standard. I was told there's already a community has been formed together. So we want to make sure that eventually all these verses will able to to be put together so that there is a connection and connectors which will able to understand. Same like what we have today, HTTP as a basic protocol, right? Each of us can design a web page, but the web page can be browsed by anybody using any browser. So the same concept, we will able to go to the next level, but it's all in terms of a digital space. And this, as you're right, so as we start building small at a small community level, small assets level, whichever makes sense, because there must be a business value to it as we build, right? And I'm sure each of the communities is going to build it for its own purpose, where there is a business value, and eventually they're going to collaborate and work together to create a digital twin of the world, right? So if you were to start, if you think about maybe about 20 years ago, we didn't have, I'm not saying a specific map, it could be a Google map or Waze, until the company started collecting the data, right? By having the car to be driven in the road. And today we can travel to the pin of accuracy for a Grab driver, right? When I came today, he didn't know where the entrance is. I said, don't worry, just follow the map. It's Singapore. For sure, you're going to drop me at the right place, right? So if you can imagine, that's how we will have all the verses. So you will have a Grab verse. You will have food court verse. I was just talking about it, right? Or you will have your own digital verse. What happens is you have all your photos, right? You collected, you have taken photos for past 30 years. And NVIDIA has released a code called NERF. You just take the photos, and the NERFs actually can construct a video of just using the photos that you have collected. So imagine, you can create your own 3D videos of your past experience by just using your own photos. So you have your own verse, and you can bring in the own verse if you follow the standards, right? You can bring it in, plug it in into the collective world that you have connected together. I can go into your verse 30 years ago when you were playing your football somewhere in a different part of the world. We are there.
I mean, that sounds dangerously attractive. I wouldn't want to think whether I'd like strangers to look back at my memories.
But you control. You have the key to open it, lock it, who you want, allow people to see. All these are building blocks of the metaverse. And these are layers where people are putting foundation to it. Whether you want to call it a blockchain or you want to call it what do you want to call it, it's up to you. But those blocks are coming in. The layers are coming in.
Provides any thoughts?
Yeah, maybe I can also provide from a different perspective. It's a problem of simulation, right? And the question is, can we simulate the world on a one-to-one scale? But if you think about it, if we can simulate the world on a one-to-one scale, then we might as well be a simulation ourselves, right? It's like when people theorize that you travel at the speed of light and then you can travel back time. And the second part of the question is basically about, will artificial intelligence one day automate our daily life? I think AI today is still quite dumb. It's like a kid, people always say. It's usually single task or narrow AI. It's not really AGI, like not general intelligence. But then the question, I think there's a book that got published last year by John Brockman. He's the guy who has seen it all, how AI rise and then the cybernetic movement. They're basically asking, the problem remains, can we align the goals of AI with the goals of human, goals and interests of human, and how you can actually encode the sort of interests, visions, and opinion into AI. So I guess that's also the question. But then the ultimate problem is, I think it's not, will we build a digital twin, but are we building it for what? Like, why would we need a one-to-one digital twin if we can live our one-to-one life? And obviously, because I'm working in participation. So like my supervisor would say, immersive digital twin to engage residents in making more informed decisions collectively. And then that goes back to the question. I love Omniverse, our team have worked with it, but then how adaptable is Omniverse to like normal citizens, people who has never been trained? How can designer actually interface between good collaborative professional softwares with the needs of the rest of the world? I think that's maybe a more important question to ask than whether or not we will do it, but for what will we do it for?
The flippant in me wonders whether we're already living in a simulation, but then that's a question for a different time and over drinks after work. Now, I've got another question, more like a line of thought that hopefully Keen can expand on. When you showed us the example, the project example, the 3D printed bridge, you noted that the sensors were installed post-fabrication. Now, could you explain to us, or maybe just share with us, why were the sensors installed post-fabrication, and whether, in moving forward and learning from the data that you've that we've collected from those sensors, whether or not there is a reverse in the debugging process so that you don't have to collect data post-fabrication, so that the next iteration of it is as perfect as it comes.
Yeah, so I mean, in this case for the MX3D oh, sorry, you can hear me okay? I think
yes,
so, right?
Yes.
Right. All right, perfect. So in the MX3D project, it was really just a question of timing, in the sense that it was not part of the original plan when the project was conceived. Ultimately, it was about having a generatively designed bridge that would be 3D printed by robots. It was really an afterthought, in terms of, it was later on in the project that the decision was made to integrate sensors. So that's really why they were integrated after. I mean, increasingly, and we've had with these iterations that we're doing for DAR Group, you know, the integration of sensors is happening much earlier. So during the printing process, we're able to start to at least plan on having printers installed. And in the latest one that we've built, we're actually sort of essentially printing sensors in. Eventually, there'll be smart materials which effectively, you know, perform as sensors at the time as well. So you know, things will continue to evolve there. And absolutely, the data that we're gathering on the performance of particular materials for one iteration of the bridge, the intention is, of course, to use that data to create a more optimal version of the bridge in the future. If you look at the MX3D bridge, it's completely over-engineered, thankfully, you know, because we don't want anybody to you know, to die if it collapses. But in the future, if there were future versions of that bridge, it remains to be seen whether that would happen, because it's quite an inefficient way of building a bridge. That you know, it would be much more optimally engineered, because we'd have that data to say, well, this is why, you know, this is the amount of material that we really need in order to support these forces, the real world forces that are measured from the bridge.
And in continuing that line of thought with you, Keen. Now, here's an idea. You know, we're talking about the sensors that was installed post-construction as an afterthought, but as you iterate the process further, those sensors would be more integrated as part of the overall process, even before fabrication. Now, what happens when we take into consideration smart materials, or developing materials technology that will come about in the next couple of years, in the next decade or so, where it's self-maintaining and self-healing? Do you foresee an opportunity or a future where, with the sensors, with automated fabrication techniques, and with improved and technologically advanced materials, things could literally just take care of themselves? The built environment no longer really needs to depend on the human counterpart to make sure that it's still standing over the course of wear and tear?
I think eventually, you know, when you sort of look at the future of smart cities and, you know, the integration of AI and those sort of decisions, I think eventually it will happen. I couldn't begin to make a prediction on when, because, you know, whether it's 10 years or 50 or 100 years, I don't know. I'm not very good at making these kind of predictions when it comes to technological advancement. But I think eventually there will be some controlling intelligence that can allow those things to happen without necessarily human intervention, and in a much more in a limited way that, of course, doesn't jeopardize the human race. But I do see it as happening eventually.
I think if you're talking about jeopardizing the human race, that was a conversation we had with yesterday's panel, where, you know, I was just flippantly also thinking that eventually AI is going to take over and we'll all be obsolete. Now, I've got another question, which I'll pivot in a different direction for Kyle. Your content was regarding easily available technology to automate a process, which is basically defects inspection, recording, documentation for facilities management to take on over and to do something with, right? Now, where do you see that technology, that line of thinking, that line of automation with regards to that part of the post-construction works going forward?
So in terms of like the creation of data during a greenfield project, we think it's like super important that you create as much data as possible, so that during the post-construction stage, without needing to be concerned about immediately needing to create digital twins, you have all the data you need at any one point in time for the building to say, hey, I'm a facility manager. The company has gotten to a stage where they feel like they're matured enough to start developing their own digital twin game. But at that point in time, they don't have the raw data available. They don't have the data that's behind the wall, above the ceilings. And that's where we think that this data is going to be very helpful for them as they're starting to create all these digital twins, starting to use all these high-end technologies to build a model, to have a single source of ground truth to help them model much more accurately without the necessary cost of like taking everything out all over again just to see what's behind, or not trusting some of the existing blueprints, whether they have been updated in time. Yeah. So I think that there is a bit of that, like I guess what we call time capsule concept that will still continue to persist beyond the construction phase.
Well, thank you very much, Kyle. I mean, as a practitioner myself, not very good one at that though, I can see its benefit very much so, because usually at the end of the building construction process, when we are doing defects inspections, the number of staff that goes in, as you've mentioned, they're not one or two, they're 20 people, maybe even 30 people. Half of them are probably made up of junior staff members. But what's important is that the level of experience and the ability to identify the faults that's in place will vary among the senior and the junior staff members. I think what your startup does is provide a very strong baseline based on the data sets that you probably already have in place, so that the evaluation of the defects are as objective and as accurate as possible, which ultimately would make the lives of practitioners such as Hui Jin and myself a lot easier, rather than us having to go down to site and hopefully not fall off the building. Hui Jin, have we got questions from the virtual audience? While that's happening, do we have any questions from the live audience here? Okay, so it seems that I'm running out of questions. Hui Jin, any thoughts?
Yeah. For Carl, the level of archiving, digital archiving, which I see it's very helpful, but how about additional layers of information that you can actually add on? Because you're filling a gap between simplifying the process of virtually manual labor, going down to do it, and you're archiving this duration of the post-construction, but in between, before somebody takes on to do a digital twin, how about adding additional layers of information to the processes that you've actually put in? Basically a overall 3D picture of the overall site. But as you map the space itself, areas whereby you could physics that what Provides actually does, whereby you click on it, you have additional information that's actually layered onto the images that you've actually done with a 3D. So it's like it's a bridge in between before you get into really smart, but the in between itself seems there's a possibility for collaborations between different.
Yeah. Definitely. I think it's a really good question, because when we started the company, our idea was not just to capture indoor spaces, but to also index them. So I think earlier a lot of people have been talking about like the whole idea of like being able to make sense of the data by indexing them, so that now you analyze that data for the purpose of whatever industries you're in. We hold like by capturing this data indoor, you're able to get the first ground truth of data. But from there, we believe that there will be a set of indexing AI. It's not going to be a general AI, because it's very challenging. When we start looking at defects, for example, there's like 200 plus types of defects, and each of them has an exponential cost to adding, an ability to detect these defects in space. Similarly for safety, and then when we talk about, like, say, building maintenance, when you're identifying objects and try to index them, it gets exponentially harder. But what we've seen quite successful deployments is that there are different startups who are taking small parts of this problem and trying to tackle, like, maybe I can catch like 6 safety issues just from visual information. I can catch 6 of the most expensive quality defects. And we think that all of this, like, specialized AI can actually be integrated onto this platform where, as you're capturing, the AI starts helping users, be it construction space, to automatically analyze some of the more pertinent problems, or even in the building facility management space, to help them pull out some of the more important, assets that they want to index and tag. Yeah. So there's a bit of that gap that we're trying to fill. Moving forward.
Just want to add on one component, but I think even the speakers, we talked about AI, right? Of course, we've been well educated by movies what AI is going to be, but that's not the AI, at least what I see today. AI is going to help us to automate, as what you mentioned, right? It goes into everywhere, right? From healthcare, building models which can detect segmentation of cells, which looks abnormal, helping the doctors to improve. And it is proven that it actually reduces possible mishaps by helping the doctors, so that it actually pinpoints to them, and so that they can do a second look, a third look, or fourth look, right? So having said that, even in the next verse is going to be, it's not AGI that we're talking about. We're talking about AI helping us to improve productivity, automate certain things. Human cannot do majority of the work that we are trying to build in Metaverse. It has to be done by AI. It cannot be done by human. We cannot go and auto tag, as you mentioned, right? Of course, we'll have extra pair of eyes to look at the tagging being done, whether it is correct or not correct. If you're not happy with the human looking at it, build another AI to check that human. You build an AI to do it first, then you get human to check on it, and then you build another AI to check on that human. If you're still not happy, then put another AI to check on it, right?
It's creating a lot of jobs for the AI.
Exactly. So you have AIs which can do for you while you're sleeping, while you're resting, and so forth. They can do job for you that you want them to do. And I'm seeing it happening today in many industries. AI helps to remove the friction, helps to automate it, but it's not taking our life away. It's not going to change the way that we live our life. At least what I see today, right? I can't see beyond another, 30, 40 years, right? No. So don't be scared of AI. AI is very important, helps improve quality of our lives.
Or as they say, just don't press the red button. A question for Provides. Now, participatory planning is a very humanistic endeavor. Correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding of it is quite limited, but it's a humanistic endeavor to engage the end users and make them a part of the design process, or the a part of the initial processes where their input and their requirements and their wants and needs are put front and center as part to formulate a design brief. Now, with AI in the picture, I would understand that it automates a lot of the back-end processes, similar to what Dr. Atikan is saying. Now, what are your thoughts on the possibility that such automated processes by AI possibly takes over the whole process and reduces it from being a humanistic exercise to something that's just problem solving?
Interesting question. I think I agree with Dr. Atikan, and if I may go back to the example that, sorry, I forgot the name, the scanning startup. Yeah, Kyle. Go back to Kyle's example. Like, for instance, he's trying to solve whether we can have an AI to help us automate building the digital twin, right? And also checking defect, like machine vision or whatever, check the defects. But, you know, as he was saying, that senior workers, senior designers are really good at spotting defects. Then maybe it's to think about how humans and machines collaborate. For instance, maybe what the senior designer need is actually a machine that can record as he's talking about a defect, automatically put it on a sheet or something, mine that on a database, and then information automatically shared to everybody. So we don't need an AI to actually replace what we're good at doing. We need an AI to help us do better and more efficiently our job, as Dr. Atakan was saying. So I think, I don't think it's about AI automating the process, because that wouldn't be fun for us if we have no job to do. I think work is important, but more about what is the long repetitive work that we don't want to do. Spot that and then let the AI do it, so that yes, we can focus more on the humanistic exercises. But then at the same time, it's also about if you want the AI to actually engage a larger audience, how can we help the larger audience to understand what the AI is doing? That means that we have to break down the individual task in a commutable manner.
Thank you so much, Provides. Any other final parting words from the audience?
Thank you.
Well, I think, yes.
Oh, right.
My question mainly is just to, because we in the last talk and today's talk as well, we talked about how AI can make use of this second world and create this sort of simulated environment where you can create a copy of the real world, and then basically use it to analyze and then help predict more things in the future. But I just want to ask mainly regarding the job market when it comes to this. Do you see that maybe in the future we might end up with more specialized jobs even in the lower end for a lot of entry-level workers when it comes to technologies such as these starting to come into the market, and then suddenly we start having more and more of these specialized jobs coming in? Yeah.
Labeling data sets. Sorry, I'm joking. Like, don't take a job like that.
That's an intern's job, isn't it, Provides?
No, we leave it AI to do that. It's too boring. Let's be creative. There is so much a problem in the world that we need to solve. We need human being. AI cannot do that, right? Can AI create a song that I like to hear, yes. Right? So as we have graying population, we need somebody to look after, somebody to chat, and a discussion with. Can AI do that? I don't think so, right? I want to walk in a park. Can you walk with me? I need somebody who's... So there's been so much of new jobs going to be created, which cannot be done by AI. AI can do only the mundane, repetitive, because we are still teaching the AI, right? AI is not able to teach us new things. We are the one teaching it. So it's not going to be take away our jobs. I won't say that it's going to be super specialized. It takes away some of the mundane tasks that we are doing day to day, right? We still need the cleaner to clean, but we want to help the people in the food court who's, helping is a part of very important job they're doing to maintain the cleanliness and the food court, right? So the robot is there to walk around, which we have seen in Changi and in different places, so that help to take the plates and put it next to the person, or the robot carriers help them to do that, right? So I would say it's going to assist us, and we will do whatever we are doing today. But of course, the job scope will change, right? I mean, we have seen all of us, the job is changing over a period of time, right? That's for sure is going to change. Somebody was talking today, what's the qualification to be a Metaverse engineer? I said, what? Metaverse engineer? It's the first time I'm hearing. Yeah, what? So they said, AI engineer? What is Metaverse engineer? I said, okay, let me go back and try to think what is job description for Metaverse engineer. I don't know yet, right? But be ready. There will be a Metaverse engineer for sure in the next couple of years. But it's going to change. But as a human being, we'll still have to do a lot of work as what we are doing today.
With the GPU computing power that NVIDIA's got, you just go to nvidia.com tomorrow and you'll see the job description for the Metaverse engineers, and they'll start looking for people for it. I think sorry, Provides, yes.
Can I add something? Yeah, I think it's an interesting question to say putting AI in a simulated environment, because that's basically almost the definition of reinforcement learning, right? But maybe there's a misconception that artificial intelligence is supposed to imitate what humans do. but actually AI, it's not supposed to imitate what humans do or human intelligence, right? So maybe one difference is between the experimental project and also the project that we've seen in a more commercialized setting is that the commercialized project focuses on the end of the uncanny valley. Like the uncanny valley is like the more you go towards the end, the more real the thing is, the more creepy it makes us feel. So when we're trying to make a digital human or an environment and put an AI behind it or in it, we have to think about, well, are we looking for realistic imitation, or are we looking actually not imitating what human would do? So if AI were talking about rule-based, agent-based, supervised learning, reinforcement learning, and that's essentially a zero-player game, one-player game, and two-player game, right? Reinforcement learning, zero-player, and then you have something like GANs, which is two-player. So it's not just about how AI help us to collaborate, but you also have to help AI to collaborate so then they can become smarter together, but then they're not human type of intelligence. So maybe it's also important to understand ourselves first, and then we can understand better the creation. So I think the best market entry job is actually to look for problems in the physical world and understand the problems we have before going into the virtual world. Because there are a lot of people who it's very good at algorithms and AI, but people who are good at humans, I mean, ultimately, AI, we try to design it to serve us, right? So yeah, I tell that to all the students.
Thank you very much, Provides. I think, Huijin, we finally got a question from the virtual audience here.
This question is a bit strange, but let's have it then. This is, will these multiverse scenarios change the roles of future architects and engineers designing digital world, considering there's no gravity, law of physics in virtual worlds?
Well, the front half of the question is very relevant. The second half is a lot of science fiction. Anyone want to take the question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, I mean, at least from our perspective, it's absolutely going to change the way that people collaborate on projects. And that's happening today. In the future for, creations where you don't have to really care about the laws of physics, I think that's also happening today, but whether it's in Minecraft or elsewhere, people are sort of, creating quite incredible structures. I think so. I think whether that will then help us construct things in the real world remains to be seen. I mean, of course, it's important to have physical simulations, etc., in the metaverse in order to drive safety, etc. But yeah, so I think all of those things will happen. In fact, just from my perspective.
I think where we're seeing with Minecraft or Roblox as an example, right, is that the start of any new virtual environment that the end users build tend to look like the environment that we are already occupying. And then they draw upon, they start to get really imaginative, and they start to draw upon the other influences that they're experienced with, and you start seeing floating boulders and waterfalls that define the laws of physics. But it tends to always start with a strata, and then something that goes vertical, and then something that goes towards a horizon, which probably ends in an infinite line or something like that. But where that goes, I think that's the journey, isn't it? And as Dr. Atkin was saying, that AI's role is to help automate things so that we, as the human participant or the human author, whichever way you want to look at it, gets to do the things that help us connect with the human side of our things. It's almost as though AI is supposed to just be doing the copy and pasting while we enjoy the research and design aspect of things. Any other questions?
Yeah, I think in terms of, see, we are in a transition, right? We are in a 2D, we're getting, 2.0 to 3, whatever. Somebody said it's 2.0 plus 3.0 is a 5.0, right? So I said you can give any number. It's as simple as, we never thought there's going to be a 6G, right? There are countries building 6G today. For a while, we are still in a 5G. But I still remember the big phone which you have to carry. It's called Ericsson phone. Do you remember 20 years ago?
Paperweight, you mean? Yeah.
Right. So see that if COVID accelerated our life many years within 2 years, right? If that acceleration to happen, I'll still see the transition from the existing 2D world to 3D world. So the knowledge of architecture that you have today, which follows the gravity's rule, is very important, because I'm going to go into the metaverse from my previous knowledge. So I don't see a hanging bridge, right? I mean, without any ropes, which is I can't climb because the bridges keep moving. I'm going to get tired and say, forget it. I'm not going to go into metaverse. I want a bridge that Autodesk has created. At least I can walk, I can see the water, because that's me. So probably my children who's going to come in and say, I want a bridge that I can walk upside down and the water should flow, defy the gravity. Maybe they see things differently, all right? But to have the current generation move into the third generation, I mean, the next whatever the world is going to be, whatever you have learned today is very important. You got to bring us into the world. I need you to design it, right? So also I won't get attracted to the world. So then, as we are in, please teach us something new, something different, right? And bring us to the new world so that we will enjoy. So that when I retire, I want to be in a metaverse world. When I'm bored, I want to go to the metaverse and enjoy, maybe an hour a day, rather than watching standard physical 2D screen. I can go and explore and see different things. I can see it in my mind now.
I think then that begets the question of, rather than asking the why, it's the why not question. Okay, that being the case, if there are no other questions, this marks the end of the final roundtable session. And with virtual viewers and our live viewers here, we have come to the end of BeyondX 2022. We hope you've truly benefited from the sessions and from the sharing from the speakers that we've had over the last 2 days, and hopefully that will serve you well as you start, continue, or maybe even proceed on to the next stage of your Phygital-verse journey in the near future. A round of thank yous to our technical and industry partners for your participation, and a kind special thank you to our co-organizers, SUTD, for the use of the library space. We're signing off from BeyondX 2022. Mic drop. See you next year, folks. Take care, stay safe, be well.